make it more efficient. Now, the whole profession around the world is getting a hold of it. Why? Because I'm going to be the best I can be in the lane I'm in. Okay, so if anybody else wants to look at the title, I'm going to read it again for you. Okay, if you guys look at the banner, fault lines, the value of work and skill. Confidence isn't something you wait to feel, it's something you build through work. On Clubhouse, one of our biggest cultural fault lines is the difference between talking about success and developing the skills required to actually achieve it.
Real quick, Edward, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Remember our conversation earlier before I got kicked down to the audience?
I don't remember, but go ahead.
I had asked you a question about property tax subsidies for cemeteries.
Yes.
And you made the claim that those don't exist.
No, I didn't say they don't exist. It's called endowment care. A lot of the endowment care parts of cemeteries take care of that.
All right. Well, I just wanted to clarify very clearly for the record that you did allude to them not existing and told me to stay in my lane. And then I looked into it, and in the state of California specifically, under Article 8, Section 3G of the California Constitution, cemeteries get a 100% property tax exemption so long as it's not dual use land. Thank you.
Okay, so they get 100% tax exemption, right? So are you sharing with me why are they getting tax exemption? Do you know, Florida?
Well, yeah, I told you why. Because they're literally burying dead bodies.
Because it's a right. You understand the right to bury someone there? That means they're not going to build something on that particular property, so there's no tax revenue. Do you understand the difference?
I understand why, but you're the one that said that they didn't.
Okay, all right.
Hold on, I need clarification on this. Do they not have to pay property tax? Is that what this ultimately comes down to?
Yes.
So Florida, essentially what you're saying is a place that builds a cemetery should then have to pay. There should be some people over the hundreds of years that will be in existence that has to pay the property tax to the county. You don't think that should be waived, Florida?
That wasn't, whether or not I agree with it wasn't what was in question. Actually, what was in question is whether or not Edward agreed with it. Because Edward was the one.
Is that really a subsidy when they're waiving the tax?
Yeah, I would call that a 100% subsidy.
No, subsidization is when money is injected into an industry, into a business. Subsidization is when the government picks up part of the tab. This is not, in that instance, when property tax is being waived for a cemetery, is the government injecting money into the economy. It's not a subsidy. You can make it. It's a tax break for the dead. Come on, Florida man.
Yeah, we could quibble over that, but that's not what the point of this room is. But
the whole point was we were talking subsidization. I was there. We were talking subsidies, and that is clearly not a subsidy. Okay.
But what's more important than quibbling over whether it is or isn't a subsidy?
It's not a subsidy.
When I told Edward that there was a tax break for cemeteries.
We were talking about subsidies. You can't change it. We were talking subsidization.
Edward denied the tax breaks.
Okay, again, Florida, I don't know why you keep missing it. We were not talking about taxes. We were talking about when the government gets involved in a business, subsidize that business. That means they're injecting revenue into a business. That's a complete subsidy. But again, if I'm waived taxes for the particular business, that is not a subsidy. I don't know why you believe that just because you went and looked it up, that you understand. And I want to make sure you and I understand. For me, a subsidy is financial assistance from an entity other than the business making revenue from their customers. Does that make sense, Florida?
Yes.
That's why I said what I said, Florida. Because
understand.
that's the difference. So if the government's going to give me financial assistance, which they do not, they waive the taxes on what I would get on the business. But do you know what I still have to pay taxes on? All the things we do in the cemetery. Okay?
Yeah.
So we still have to pay taxes just because they waive the ground tax, because there's no way for us to generate revenue from the ground because there's dead people there.
You know, my father, maybe this is just an old Jewish saying, but my father used to say, a penny saved is indeed a penny earned.
Okay, so what you're essentially arguing, as a libertarian, at least one that you allude to be a libertarian, is that the money and labor is already owned by the government, and if we give a tax break, then we're subsidizing the labor, right?
No, I'm sorry, what?
This is $900 CQ number. You know, this is
Again, Joe, it wasn't a matter of whether or not I'm okay with it, because to be quite frank, I'm okay with cemeteries getting a property tax break. 100% okay with it. No problem with it at all. But Edward
we were talking about.
Edward, well,
We were talking about subsidizing. Government subsidies.
I understand.
And one of the things that we talk about right now, and correct me, Florida, because I want to make sure, the value of work, right? Do you believe, Florida, that the United States government has taken away the incentives with all the programs we have in the United States?
I think that we the people
Just reframe that for me.
Do you think that the value of work, this is what we talk about, fault line, the value of work and skill, do you believe that the United States government has taken away the incentive for people to be proud of working?
No, I don't think they have.
Okay, all right.
Hello?
Why do you think they have?
As many people in America on public assistance.
Huge safety net.
Do those people not work?
So we just required through the big, beautiful bill that they work at least 20 hours a week. And people push back on that because they thought they were taking something away from them. I think the value, again, of work gives people dignity, that they've earned something in their life and it's their money. To me, that's very important. Okay? But I don't see that happening on a regular basis because we have people that don't value work. It's just crazy.
We're always going to have people that don't value work, but like the question is like, are they not working because they got subsidies? And for like the overwhelming majority of them, that answer is no. They're still working despite getting subsidies and federal government benefits. In fact, despite their work, they still need those government benefits and programs to be able to make ends meet. And that's not necessarily always their fault. A lot of the times, it is indeed the employer's faults or the regulator's faults.
They could be dead, right?
They could be a dead person collecting a check. Of course they could.
I just want to make sure our budget. I mean,
Edward,
okay.
how many government benefits checks do you get to the dead people buried in it?
None.
Imagine that, Joe. None.
So, but Florida, I want you to think about this, okay? All of us together, because I don't want to just center one person. I think we should move the mic around a little bit because we have some people in here that may want to share. Anybody in the goo, you want to come up? Just let us know. But this is important. Who? Go ahead. Who's that?
Jake Easy.
Go ahead, Jake.
How you guys doing? I just wanted to say, you know, regardless of how the system is, right, and how the government is operating, unless the government is like a dictatorship or some kind of like fascist government or communist government, it's not the government's job to help you make ends meet. You know what I'm saying? You say, oh, these people.
Is someone playing it? What's that noise in the background?
I'm playing NBA 2K26.
Oh, it's you. You're the problem.
Oh no, that clicking isn't me.
Oh. No, what I hear is it's like cheering in the background.
Oh, that's definitely not me.
Okay. Well, I don't hear it anymore. It's fine. Janice Joplin gave a much less romanticized account of the encounter than Leonard Cohen did. She was disappointed, expressing disappointment.
Why are these women always doing these old Jewish men wrong?
She said it was a letdown and indirectly recounted her night with a moody man widely understood to be Cohen. She said it was deeply disappointing. Despite her efforts to connect with the moody and silent partner, she realized around 4 a.m. that this motherfucker's just lying there. He's not balling me.
Well,
he was uncommunicative, closed off, overly moody.
He had a bad night.
There was no intimacy.
He had a bad night. Like, it's not like she dated him for like a year.
Okay, but it was a one-night stand. You had one chance to perform to impress her, you know? She was out of the seat.
Maybe he just didn't.
I bet you believe that what Edie Sedgwick said about Bob Dylan too, right? Wow.
I mean, I just think he didn't care. I just think he was just like, oh, fuck it, this chick, fuck this bitch.
Oh, this is funny.
Bow Wow just went full Joker.
An inside joke, that's all.
What's the inside joke?
It's like the gap between the artist and the art.
Mm-hmm. The fuck was that?
I have long nails now, so they click.
I didn't know you were getting ratchet. What the hell?
Yeah, I'm really ratchet.
When did you become so feminine?
I was bored. Okay.
Did you get
free shipping on Vinted?
Okay, I'm gonna do the Chelsea Hotel Lana Del Rey version. See if it sounds less sleazy. It's probably more sleazy.
Something like 51 point some odd percent tails, typically 48 point some odd percent heads, right? And the reason is for one or the other, but it's neither here nor there. Like, there's always reasons that are going to be slipping through the cracks of the quote unquote equal opportunities that we think exist in theory. Somebody's parents might die and they need to support their younger siblings by themselves. Now, if a 16-year-old's parents both die and they have a 12-year-old brother to take care of and they drop out of school to go get a job at Walmart stocking shelves or at a local deli making sandwiches or something to that effect, that 16-year-old and that 12-year-old are living on their own. The government has made them their own independent people. The 16-year-old is the primary care holder and custody provider for the 12-year-old, right? Like, you're not okay with giving that 16-year-old extra food stamp money, some sort of a basic healthcare package. Because the problem, if you don't provide those sorts of things to them, that 16-year-old goes and sells drugs on the street and gets recruited by a gang. The 12-year-old is more likely to get involved in the violence and sexual crimes. And then your children could potentially be a victim of their crimes because of their shitty situation. You'd probably be safer knowing that they're getting some extra food stamp money so they don't have to worry about making ends meet and robbing you or your kids for their lunch money.
All right, let me respond to that real quick, right? So first of all, it is your responsibility as let's say your last name is Florida, right? It's your family's responsibility to take care of children, aunts, uncles, grandpa. You're supposed to make those relationships. It's not the government's fault that your family's fucked up. When parents die, other family members, like their brothers and sisters, or their grandpa, or their grandma, or their aunt, or even the church, if you're supposed to be, it's probably best if you get involved with the church. They're supposed to step up and take care of those children, not the government. The government, I would agree that the government can provide a subsidy or a check or something like that for extreme circumstances. But if I was in charge of the government, I would let you suffer, and you would be an example for other families on what family means, right?
When you can narrow in on the background, like for example, their culture, what the level of education of their parents, the income of their parents, all of this shit, their race, everything. Okay, you literally see that you have disparate outcomes amongst different groups of people, and a lot of people say like, "Oh my God, that's racist."
What the fuck does that mean, Charlie Murphy? What the fuck? I'm asking you a simple question. I'm asking you the following. It seems like you think it's a combination of both factors.
I answered your fucking question. You just didn't like the answer I gave you.
No. Look,
that's why you're re-asked. I gave you the answer.
I'll repeat the answer that you gave, and I'll show you why it's not sufficient, right? I'm asking you for a separation of the factors. You're just saying, like, look, if you look at all the results, and you look at their culture, well, they have different results, so I think it's a combination of both. You're like a better answer to whatever you're saying. Okay, I'm saying that.
That's why I gave the example of the Southeast Asian Asians. The reason I gave that example is because that's a group of people that largely came here as peasants. They came here dirt poor. They didn't go to college. Their parents didn't go to college.
If you listen to the debate, can you give me information
Hold on. Okay, Monica, Karen, stop.
I see the Trojan.
But they literally had.
The
these are cultures that did not have any of this legacy that you would see today in China, Japan, or South Korea.
Yeah.
They absolutely did have done well.
Wait, look. I'll just exemplify the Trojan horse you're trying to put in. Okay, so it's like you have a very simple problem in this debate, right? You have a very weak position, and you really want to say on a genetic level, blank is inferior, because you just don't have any facts to be able to do that.
But you don't have any facts that's stupid, because you don't have any facts.
All right, moderators, I don't want to center myself, but of all the rooms that I could center myself in, it seems to me that this would be the one.
Wait, let me
do you guys mind, Incan, that we can have just a moment to talk about the spontaneous debate that happened?
Okay, let me finish this up. Okay, so here's what you're trying to do. Right? Okay. You need some way to be able to say, I'm accounting for culture. It's like an algebraic equation, and on both lines, I've canceled out culture. Now, if you just come out and say that, obviously, it would be major contention with what you want to say, right? But what you're trying to say is look, these people came as refugees, therefore they're
work to support you entirely. In fact, even if I gave you the benefit of the doubt and said that the government was their parent, and that is my argument, again, a parent's job is not necessarily to spoon feed and cradle and fucking take care of every single little thing and do your homework for you.
They protect and provide.
Protect and provide. That is almost literally the purpose of government, to protect the things that we believe that we have the opportunities to pursue if we want, and to make sure that those opportunities can be provided when we want them. Good point.
That was a parent definition too.
No, that's a parent. That's not the government.
That's a good point,
Florida,
but that's
Florida,
also the government's responsibility.
No, it's not, Florida. I'm sorry. I don't know where you get your philosophy from, but that has nothing to do with government. Okay? And what I'd like for you to do, no, Florida, 1 second. I just want you to do me a major favor. And because you like the research stuff, you want to prove people wrong, I want you to go and look up what is the actual role of government in the United States. The role of government in the United States. Okay? And then come back and explain to us what they should and should not be doing.
So, okay, let's just take the two things that I'm claiming in this scenario are the role of government. So let's just start there and find out where we.
I don't.
Edward.
I know you keep calling my name, Florida, but I want you to call me a major. You know why? Because I think sometimes you actually believe your own information without looking it up.
I'm trying to see where we disagree, right?
Parent.
You're just telling me. You do this thing all the time.
I do. You're right. You know why?
It doesn't get anywhere.
Oh, I know. Because you know why? You believe you're getting somewhere by telling everybody what you believe.
No, Edward, I'm trying to see where we disagree so that we can try to make sure that we get on the same page. And then we can have a conversation about what we actually disagree about.
The role of government.
Right. So what did I say the two roles of government were?
You told me parent.
No, I didn't tell you that the government's role was to be a parent. I made it synonymous to that of a parent. What did I say those two responsibilities were? Okay, let me clarify. Let me repeat. To protect the things that we believe that we have the opportunities to pursue when we want to pursue them, to protect our safety and our and our rights, right? The ones that are granted to us in our ever beloved Constitution, the one that you reference so frequently, to protect that and also provide by making sure that the opportunities and those rights are afforded to us in a way that they're not
the Constitution
infringed upon.
The Constitution consists of negative rights, not positive rights.
Peppy, let him finish, Peppy. Come on.
Edward, do you disagree with either of those two things? And if so, why?
Well, the first thing I will disagree with is the government does not provide opportunity for me. The government's supposed to, number one, ensure that the rights that are given to me by my creator are not violated. And when you tell me that the government is trying their hardest to make what you call opportunities for Edward, then the government now has got out of their role. And you can look at our Constitution. It tells you actually what the government's supposed to do. What is their actual role? We have actual documentation, the role of government and what they are supposed to do. And what they're doing right now, Florida, is not what they're supposed to be doing. The common welfare did not mean welfare. Okay? There's no way that the government should be taking care of other Americans, because you know what they're doing? They're taking money from taxpayers, people who are productive, and they're giving it to non-productive Americans. That's not the role of government.
Okay, but we do agree at least that their role is in part to protect the fact that you get access to the opportunities that you want to access, correct?
Oh, it's not correct. Florida, I'm a private sector person, right? I personally believe that everything that government put their hands on, they rue it. Tell me one thing that you believe right now, Florida, that the government does well.
Protect the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness for every man and woman in the country. That didn't used to be the case, though, pre-1980s, pre-1860s, did it?
I have no idea. What would you say it wasn't? Okay, so you believe
can I offer a contrast to that answer?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So the federal government's role in protection is to protect the general population from invasion. And that's what it clearly states. Now, if you really were clever, Florida, you would say, based on the Constitution, that the government would provide for the general welfare, right? But that's been hotly debated. What does that actually mean? The general welfare is a is a subjective term. But I just gave you 2 gimmies right there. That's how you answer those questions.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate you having my back. But anyways, go ahead, Jim.
I responded to you based off the analogy that you gave with the 16-year-old with his brother, right? That's why I brought up the whole fact that that's not the government job to take care of orphan kids. Okay, now you keep trying to confuse the two, provide and protect. For example, right? My child comes home from school with some homework, right? It's too hard for him. It's my job to provide guidance for my child. That's not the government's job, right? So when the government provides, they're not going to provide that. I'll give you another example, and I'll end it right there. If my child comes home and they want to know, about sex, right? And or pregnancy. Let's say it's my daughter, and she want to know about pregnancy and the effect of it, right? Not the physical effect, but the mental effect, right? Something to do with emotion and their mind. That's not the government job to provide that kind of protection for my child. That's my family's job. That's my job. You see, what you're doing is you're inviting the government into your parenting by saying that the government is supposed to provide for your child. You're supposed to provide for your child, right? If you're in an area where there are certain types of jobs, it's your job, it's your responsibility to gain the skills to get that job. The government they're not supposed to give you a job or give you any money, right?
No, not right.
To be equal, there would have to be universal basic income. But I thought I was gonna land right there, so I'm gonna land right there. Go ahead.
So when it comes to quote unquote sexual education, STD testing, preventing pregnancies, things of that nature, yeah, it's always incredible when we have good meaning, well-intentioned, and capable people within the communities to be able to provide and help out when necessary through the private sector. That's always preferable. I agree with all of you on that. It used to be the case back in the 60s that the religious organizations, such as the ever so beloved churches that you guys all don't go to on Sundays, that those would account for like upwards of 40 or 50% of the quote unquote charitable givings in this country. Today in 2026, the role of the church in charitable giving and community contribution has been diminished down to somewhere between 20 and 25% of the community's external sort of sourcing and resources of availability.
Source, please, sir.
Regardless.
So,
with that being said,
I want to respond to that.
Real quick, just to land my plane.
Just land it.
When the parents in the household don't take that responsibility for themselves, you have to ask yourself, to Joe's point, if the role of the government is to provide for the general welfare of the people, beyond just making sure that we don't get invaded by fucking Al-Qaeda, but to truly protect and provide for the general welfare of the people, is making sure that your children have access to STD clinics, rape kits, general sexual education. Not your kids, because yours are well parented by you, but the ones that live in the house next door, who the 12-year-old is being parented by a 16-year-old brother. Isn't it beneficial for the general welfare of society that they also have access to those when they don't have anybody else to lean on? Because again, the church is much less likely to be contributing to that type of shit today than it was 60.
So Florida, when the federal government begins subsidizing different aspects of charity, they are taking up space where the churches used to fill in. Would you agree that government over the last 60 years has taken on more of a role of providing for charity?
I would say it's a inversely correlated sort of relationship. I'm not sure which one came first.
Inverse is fine. So yeah, when the government begins subsidizing charity, then people will tend to drift away from helping those people.
That's where I disagree, because I'm not sure which one comes first.
I'm still talking, but I'll reference you. I don't mind dialogue. There was a great story of a president in 1921 party
Fucking green bean
that
fascist
a hurricane
crazy
hit
people.
Texas, and people were, advocating for, we got to send money to help these hurricane victims. The amount of money that was being proposed at the time was a small figure. He refused to. He said it was not the role of the federal government to help in charity. He refused to go forward with it. The church groups and the communities stepped in and provided multiples in times of what the charity to the hurricane victims than what was initially being proposed in the federal government. If they had subsidized it, many people would say, oh, well, the government's got it. Why do I have to worry about that? And over a period of time, that tends to be where Americans tend to not provide charity as much the more government's involvement gets in. To your second point about sex education, when the government got involved with it, do you think it's gotten, has society gotten better because of it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Before you go ahead, Florida, I just want to point out something that you make these big views, and it's kind of interesting versus coming with data or receipts, what we call it, because I value work. And I know that when my wife and I we give out of the abundance of what we have and what we've earned. But it's kind of interesting that you make these comments. So just to give you guys an illustration, the church, the body of Christ, just in the United States last year alone, gave $151 billion. This is including all church giving and religious organization. It does not capture full charitable impact of religious Americans. Now, that full impact was $617 billion fiscal 2025. Okay? Now, I can share with you so you can understand side by side. 617.2 billion. Medicaid last year was 618 billion federal spending, taxpayers. SNAP, 112 billion. Okay, Social Security, 1.4 trillion, because we have so many baby boomers. 870 billion on Medicare. So when you make these comments and statements, there is so much value of the working population, the actual producers of the United States of America. It's really laughable because most people today do not realize what religious organizations actually do, because you know why? They're charitable in a way that you don't see how many people they feed, how many people they house, how many people they clothe. They do so much more than the federal government could ever do. So I don't know why you would come on a platform and publicly say, well, the church is not giving the same way when you yourself, I don't know what kind of church you go to, but I've been involved in the body of Christ for 47 years. And for someone to come and speak out of turn makes me laugh. It's just laughable. Okay. Everything is documented. Okay. And I'm going to go back to the title, the value of work and skill. And because I get up every day and I give 10% and I give more to charity, and my wife and I volunteer, we do whatever we can. We have different projects that we give to. You know why? Not just because we can. Because we know that there are people out there that sometimes are just made some bad decisions. They're down on whatever that happened. And I want to be able to give a hand up, not a handout. So let's really be more factual versus us just talking about what the church or religious people are not doing.
Pepe, real quick, let me just address that.
Jesus Christ.
You can take it right after this. But to be very clear, you said I didn't come with facts. I gave you percentages as a totality of the total charitable, nonprofit related givings to communities. Churches used to account for somewhere between 40 and 50% of that, if not more. Now, that's not to say that they're not giving 150 or 600 billion or whatever your reference number was there for that. It's to say that 40% to 50% today is diminished to only 20 to 25% of the total share of the pie, regardless of how many total net dollars it is.
Florida government has grown dependency, though. The dependency on government was different 60, 70 years ago. So what you're comparing are not the same figures.
You're correct. And so everybody likes to talk about the immigrants that came from Europe. You're not real Americans, whatever. By the way, I literally, I'm going to be very open about it on the stage. There's people in here that know it. I'm not half Corsican. I'm half French, Canadian, half, one side of my family was English. I don't need it, or a quarter, I should say. And then it was like some Eastern European bullshit. But
anybody cares what the fuck your ethnicity is, retard. So I'm basically like creating a documentary now.
I mean, I love that.
I've basically moved on.
And it's like a dictatorship.
Let's just get to the music.
Long, oh, my son, hath been this digression from the plain path of my word concerning children. But it was most needful that thou shouldst understand the limits of true liberty. For that is not the will of any man, which ultimateth in his own ruin, and that of all his fellows, and that is not liberty, whose exercise bringeth it to bondage. Thou mayst therefore assume that it is always an essential part of the will of any child to grow to manhood or to womanhood in health, and his guardians may therefore prevent him from ignorantly acting in opposition thereunto, care being always taken to remove the cause of the error, namely ignorance as aforesaid. Thou mayst also assume that it is part of the child's will to train every function of the mind, and the guardians may therefore combat the inertia which hinders its development. Yet here is much caution necessary, and it is better to work by exciting and satisfying any natural curiosity than by forcing application to set tasks. However obvious this necessity may appear. Say not so, my son, that in this argument I have said, to all freedom for each man in this state, which I purpose is for their true will by his eager acquiescence in the order necessary to the welfare of all, and therefore of himself also. But see thou well to it that thou set high the standard of satisfaction, and that to everyone be a surplus of the present and ability, so that his will of self-preservation be fulfilled by none that for himself is concerned in this state. He may devote the remainder of his powers to the satisfaction of the other parts of his will. And because the people are ofttimes unlearned, not understanding pleasure, let them be instructed in the art of life, to prepare food palatable and wholesome, each to his own taste, to make clothes according to fancy, with variety of individuality, and to practice the
supervision, right? They need somebody to always tell them what to do, right? If you tell them A and B, A and C, they're not gonna figure out B on their own, right? And so there's this idea that everybody's a genius and everybody deserves this and everybody. No, they don't. No, they don't. There's generational curses that are following some people, right? Their great-grandfather was a drug dealer, and because of that, he went to jail. Now the family's suffering because his income is not there, so they didn't get proper nutrition. So while you're in school learning well because your mommy and daddy's providing you with proper food, he's generational curse. He's in there hungry. That's not your fault. That's not your cross or your burden to carry, right? If his last name is James, that's the James's burden to carry, man. You got your kids to worry about. You got your family to worry about. And if you give them the proper, I'm gonna land right here. If you give them the proper upbringing, I ain't saying that it's gonna work 100%, but on a balance of probabilities, your child is gonna be okay. I land right there.
I noticed what the difference is.
Hold on.
Like,
hold on. 1 second. Let me just run it so you guys, because I want to move, because I want everybody to go through and make sure that everybody gets a chance. But JP, one thing I want to say, thank you for your service. I've been in 54 countries. I'm grateful that we have an all-volunteer military, and thank you for your 20 years. I do not take that lightly, brother. I promise you. My dad was in the Air Force, and I'm very grateful for those who decided. Now, my dad was drafted back in the day, but I'm very fortunate. Okay, Mr. Florida, please keep it brief so we can get other people.
JP, are you a religious man?
Bro, I think everybody's telling like what they.
God damn it, Matthew! He wasn't talking to you, fucker. He was asking somebody else a fucking question.
Hey.
JP, are you a religious man?
Yeah, but it's really not relevant to the topic, Florida. So we're trying to discuss the topic.
Yeah, it's relevant to what he just said.
I'm happy to discuss the topic. Well, I mean, right now at the moment, I'm a perfumer, but I grew up on a farm. About 25 years, I managed my father's farm. I grew up on an apple orchard. Actually, if you look at my profile, you'll see what I did. But yeah, basically grew up on an apple orchard just south of Detroit, across the river there. We grew about 40 different types of apples on 40 acres, apples, apricots, plums, cherries, prunes. And I had been, driving tractors, Landini, orchard mowers, cherry pickers, variety of different types of forklifts. I've got a class 1 driver's license, commercial license with air brakes. I was a machine operator for the city.
What is the point? Okay.
I was also a machine operator.
Hold on, Matthew. Pepe, come on, bro. Pepe, this is not going to be a crash out room, man. This is not what we're trying to do. Okay? Let the man just speak. Okay? If you want to share what you do.
He grew up on a farm. Like, that's cool.
Okay, Pepe, what you
peace.
Respect.
Wow, go ahead, man.
I'm in there from a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you?
Right. So a lot of people, Edward Lynn, this is why I'm saying it, because a lot of people mistake me for being like a city kid and like a perfumer or artistic sort of guy. I have been shooting guns. My family's got probably about 25 different guns since I was like 4 years old, chopping and hunting. I can repair a variety of different types of engines, 2-stroke, 4-stroke, fucking all sorts of different things, right? And also I'm blessed, right? Because I think life is work and work is life. Like, it is true that I'm a self-taught perfumer. I'm one of like 2 self-taught perfumers that has a professional license in North America, because I had to memorize 4,000 materials. So I accomplished that as well. I've also got 7 years post-secondary education, got 3 different degrees. I lived in Tokyo for a decade, where I taught English to a bunch of brats.
This is the most narcissistic shit ever. What is your fucking point?
Well,
Hey, Pepe,
my point is,
hold on, Matthew. Pepe,
yeah.
I just want you to do me a favor. When I'm moderating a room, could you please, Pepe, let people just speak? I know that it's hard, but you can do it.
Okay, but he's acting like a nigger. I have to put him in his place.
We're discussing skill sets.
Did he get on the end of TikTok?
Right.
Thank you.
So skill sets. What sort of skill sets do I have? My perfume, Edward Lynn. I started off. My wife and I had come back from Japan. Her and I were sleeping in our living room, while we were renting out our bedroom. I was buying $1, and I was washing buses at night from 8 o'clock at night to 6 o'clock in the morning during COVID. And then during my free time,
I was teaching myself how to make perfumery. I started off by buying fake essential oils from the dollar store. Now I've had my company for 9 years. I sell perfumes all around the world. I have quite a few number of skill sets. I think that this is a I ever sort of flexed on Clubhouse, but I have a very wide variety of skill sets and life experiences, lived in different countries. I've been to dozens of countries myself. Anyways, life is a giant adventure. There is no...
Consider the bond or a cold climate, how it maketh man a slave. He must have shelter and food with fierce toil, yet thereby he becomes strong against the elements, and his moral force waxeth, so that he is master of such men as live in lands of sun, where bodily needs are satisfied without struggle. Consider also him that willeth to excel in speed or in battle, how he denieth himself the food he craveth, and all pleasures natural to him, putting himself under the harsh order of a trainer, so by this bondage he hath, at the last, his will. Now then, the one by natural and the other by voluntary restriction have come each to greater liberty. This is also a general law of biology, for all development is structuralization, that is, a limitation and specialization of an originally indeterminate protoplasm, which latter may therefore be called free in the definition of a pedant. They shall be no property from the flesh. Every man and every woman has rights indefeasible to give the body for the enjoyment of any other. The exercise of that right shall not be punished either by level by custom. There shall be no penalty either by loss or curtailment of liberty, of rights, of wealth, or of social esteem. But this freedom shall be respected of all, seeing that it is the right of the bodily will. For this same reason thou shalt cause full restriction and punishment of any who may seek to limit that freedom for the sake of his own profit, or desire, or an ideal. Every man and every woman has full right either to grant or to deny the body, as the will speaketh within. This being made custom, the evils of love, which are many, extending to the disturbance not only of body, but of mind, and that in obscure cause shall little by little disappear from the face of his unspeakable glory. This is free currency in human balls. Let me think as he will concerning none of us, but let none seek to impose that thought upon another by any threat of penalty in this world or any other world. Look now, though I enkindle thee to effort in thy way, yet it is the way of thy will, and I say not even that thou dost well to haste therein, for the whole matter rieth in thy will, and to force thyself against thy nature would be an obstacle to thy passage. But if I urge thee to run well this race as an athlete, it is because I have perceived in thy nature that fierce lust and mighty concentration in that will. And I write this letter unto thee, knowing well that thou wilt rejoice exceedingly therein, since it is an expression of thine own will, and it may be a describe of which thing thou vehemently seekest, I charge thee, therefore that thou permit not to tyrannize any other in thought, or to threaten, state as he will concerning words. But let none seek to impose that thought upon another by any threat of penalty in this world or any other. God the eternal, begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him any one. Is the uttermost strong, I adore the might of thy glory. Supreme eternal God, amidst the gods and dead, to tremble before thee. I adore thee. I adore the might of thy breath. Supreme as the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God the eternal, he is not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him any one. Unity uttermost shown, I adore the might of thy breath. Supreme eternal dawn, the makes the gods and dead to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God the eternal, he is not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him any one. Unity uttermost shown, I adore the might of thy breath. Supreme eternal God, amidst the gods and dead to tremble before
Season 92, she's a matter of crime and property taxes. Willing to bet that the trades will still be homeless shelters all winter long. Willing to bet you won't let Chicago police arrest illegal aliens that kill Lombridge. You want this
There is one light of the sun, though it is distributed. Over walls, mountains, and other things infinite there. There is one common substance, though it is distributed among countless bodies which have their several qualities. There is one soul, though it is distributed among infinite natures and circumspections. There is one intelligent soul, though it seems to be divided now in the things which have been mentioned, all the other parts, such as those which are air and substance, are without sensation and have no fellowship. And yet even these parts, the intelligent principle holds together, and the gravitating towards the same. But intellect in a peculiar manner tends to that which is of the same kin and combines with it, and the feeling for communion is not interrupted. Man, thou hast been a citizen in this great state. What difference does it make to thee whether for 5 years? For that which is conformable to the laws is just for all. Where is the hardship then? If no tyrant nor yet an unjust judge sends thee away from the state, but nature who brought thee into it, the same as if a praetor who has employed an actor dismisses him from the stage. But I have not finished the 5 acts, but only 3 of them. Thou sayest well, but in life the 3 acts are the whole drama. For what shall be a complete drama is determined by him who was once the cause of its composition and now of its dissolution. But thou art the cause of neither depart than satisfied. For he also who releases thee is satisfied. When thou hast seen cited on the Socratic, think of either Eutyches or Hymen. And when thou hast seen Euphrates, think of Eutychian or Sylvanus. And when thou hast seen Alcaifron, think of Tropeo or Horace. And when thou hast seen Xenophon, think of Crito or Severus. And when thou hast looked on thyself, think of any other Caesar. And in the case of everyone, do in like manner. Then let this thought be in thy mind. Where then are those men? Nowhere. For nobody knows where, for thus continuously thou wilt look at human things as smoke on nothing at all. Especially if thou reflectest at the same time that what has once changed will never exist again in an infinite duration of time. But thou, in what a brief space of time is thy existence? And why art thou not content to pass through this short time in an orderly way? What matter and opportunity for thy activity art thou avoiding? For what else are all these things except exercises for the reason when it has viewed carefully and by examination into their nature the things which happen in life? Until thou shalt have made these things thy own, as the stomach which is strengthened its own as the blazing fire makes flame, and the brightness of the haven that is thrown into
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great seas Pacific soon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss. No atom of analysis, fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word.
Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong.
Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
Last, all these things in one o'erpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered.
The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shew thy glance to rapture's darkling root.
Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar. O brother of the silver star. Crowley.
was worth the time and effort. I don't know so much today. I think the landscape's changed a lot. And I landed there, unless you're curious of why I think the landscape changed.
Y'all talking about what y'all still on Clubhouse for?
Yeah, that's just what I was posing to the room as a question. Like,
Man, I'm on here, to be honest with you, man, because I like to talk to people. I like to listen to arguments. Sometimes I like to argue, but mostly I think it's a habit. We creatures of habit. You get used to doing something for enough time, you're gonna go back to it every day. But like I told y'all earlier, like in my life, it's certain conversations that I don't get to have on the regular. I can't have certain conversations that around everybody around me. So that's really what I be on here for. The initial purpose for this app was we came on here for music. We was on here to talk about our music, promote music, but obviously it changed. So yeah, that's really it.
I relate to that, Rob. When I first got into doing social media, audio, and politics, it was largely because my friend circle and family got absolutely tired of me talking politics to them.
Yeah. Man, I got a room on this app, bro, that's like, these are my real life. Most of them, we really knew each other before this app. But it's a running joke. They be like, all right, Ron about to talk about the education system. All right, now you be safe. Ron he won't want to talk about politics. So it's like they get to doing something stupid. I say, hey, I'm about to talk about the education system. I bet y'all shut up. And then it's a running joke. But yeah, that's really what it is, man. Conversations that you won't normally get to have. That's just what it is.
I think you hit another really good point. The dopamine hit that we get, the habit of you got a lot of 100s on that. And I think a lot of people agree about that there's, I don't know, I guess there's an addictive nature to the ride. What is the addictive nature? Because I 100 you too. It is kind of.
I mean, I equate it to this, man, like me being a musician, an artist, and a performer. Like, I know what it's like, man, to have people standing in front of you and you being received positively. That's, to me, that's the main reason why I still make music, is because I like the response to the performance. So I think, like, you put that on this side, most people have probably never had 10 people come show up and listen to them do anything. So when you got this app initially and you got people having thousands of people on this app listening, it's like, yeah, hold on 1 second, let me do my job.
You know what draws you to this app?
Yeah, slow season for me. I had to stop my real life. I had my little world passed away, and then the next day I thought, so I moved, and I wanted to give my girl the best rest of her life because I knew that she was going to go. And so I took it was originally supposed to be 6 months, but I was blessed with making good, and I don't want to say that they were good decisions because I don't want to pretend like I'm financially literate, but I'm going to say I made decisions that allowed me to do this, where I didn't have to work. I was very lucky. I got into a particular crypto and things were wonderful for me. And so I had an awesome opportunity to just spend every last waking moment with her until she left. And then my plan was after she's gone, now I wasn't on Clubhouse yet, and after she was gone, then I would pick up, I needed to leave right away and go back to my real life. But the day after we buried her, my father ends up having a massive heart attack. A week after that, my mom got diagnosed with terminal cancer, and then my grandmother they were taking her in because she had gotten dementia, and it was just the planned week that she was supposed to be coming in. So out of my siblings and I was in the best position to, okay, looks like I'm not going anywhere. God put me in this position for a reason. I was supposed to be here. So I was here, and I've been taking care of the family. It was really grim for a while, and it was like running a hospice, basically. Worse. And my mental was just going crazy. And so I came to Clubhouse. I actually got invited by this guy named Mark, and I don't remember his last name, but he ran a channel called Liberty Bluebird, I think, something like that. And him and his partner, the guy who does most of the talking on Liberty Bluebird or whatever, he still has these. He still does these talks every once in a while and occasionally. But then I found that channel, and then I found why do I want to say Mr. Roger? That wasn't Roger. I found Roger's room, and that was great. And I was loving Roger's room until October 7th, and then that just dissolved. And then I found Chillism, and Chillism kept me busy, so I wasn't like just completely. I mean, like when I'm talking like the lugubrious rut you could possibly imagine, like that's what I was in every single day of my life. As I'm doing this, the love of my life is also going through his own situation. And so he had to go, and it was rough. So Clubhouse basically saved my life. Everything is now pretty stable, as stable I think as it's gonna get, and everything's looking up. So sometimes, I'll be honest, I get sad and I come back to Clubhouse because there is the dopamine, but more so it's almost like I met people, and these people were just comforting, and it was nice to have people to rely on, to be able to talk to every day. And I know that people give me criticism for saying because I was really dumb, and I used to consider people my friends, and I got hurt really bad. I don't regret it though, because it's okay. I understand people are gonna people, but yeah, I look at people like you guys are my friends, and I have like a very soft spot for all of you, every single one of you, even the people that you think you could imagine that I would definitely say that it's not true. I do. I have even a soft spot for them, every single one of them. I don't hate a single person on this app, not a single person. I don't have a single hateful bone in my body for anybody. There is a group of people that I like to stay away from because it's just good for my mental health, because they hurt me. But yeah, so Clubhouse, the dopamine addiction, to go what Rob said, that was insane at one point, because after I got hurt by this group of these people who I thought were my friends, I had to step away from the app, but I gotta tell you, I was suffering from it. And it was just like, I realized, oh shit, I got an addiction. I got a bad addiction. This is bad. But then that helped, like the time away from the app helped me. And so, yeah, I come back. Slowly, my time has been getting longer and longer away and away and away. But there's a couple people that pull me back, and you guys help me, like most of the time I'm taking care of grandma or taking care of somebody. I'm like, I'm always cleaning something. But it's really nice. And I love you guys. I love all of you. Thank you for being nice to me, and thank you for being my friends. And the people who are mean to me, that's okay too, because you gave me thick skin, and I appreciate that too.
Down. He had repeatedly lied about his charitable fundraising and his publisher's stealth editing
His online biography to remove false claims and tone down claims about his fundraising. Let me see what else I can find.
Well, the important part is his real issue.
And like with Rayaba and makeup, because that makeup.
There's some pushback. He did get caught on a hot mic saying he could grab women by the pussy. And you also understand that he lost a civil suit of this woman. He's got to pay. No, let me finish. He has to pay her multi-millions of dollars because he sexually assaulted her in a dressing room. So the fact that you are sitting here saying this is good for his image and good for his clicks on Instagram, you're delusional.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying.
It's like, when people date, what do they do?
Bro.
I'm asking you a question. When people date, what do they do?
I'm trying to respond to her to show her like how there's a incompatibility in what we're talking about, right?
So no, you're saying like you respond to my question. I'm responding to yours as well. You mentioned you responded to mine, so I'm responding back.
Well, I'm trying to respond to her because she's obviously not talking about what you and I are talking about. We're talking about business in the general context, right? She applied two different
harassment and being a pedophile has nothing to do with business.
What are you doing? I'm telling you that the two instances that you gave me, even though we could have that conversation,
you don't start a sentence with I'm telling
you. You can't rationalize what a woman, bro. This is horrible stuff.
You know why? Because I am a woman that was very insulted by everything that he said. So until you live in the skin of a woman, you don't get to understand how offensive he is.
I'm saying that you and I are not talking about the same thing.
Okay, I'll go on mute. Maybe you're the same kind.
I'm saying that you and I are not talking about the same thing. I'm only pointing out a mismatch in commitments in what the conversation or the dialogue is composed of. Okay? We're not talking about the same thing. If we wanted to talk about the same thing, that's fine. We can have that conversation. But I'm just identifying that what you brought up, your two instances, grabbing by the P word and the other instance, is irrelevant to the general conversation about business and branding and how influencers say controversial things that aren't actually real for impressions and for clicks.
And 90% of it, not 100% of influencers don't run for the presidency of the United States.
Oh
so
my
you're
God,
such
what are
an
you guys
idiot.
doing, bro? This is crazy. I just parsed out what she was talking about and the general conversation about business and branding.
But if it's good for branding, things like that, why is he not doing other things that other entertainers and, I don't know, like going out skydiving or doing some crazy shit, like, I don't know, partying.
Because he's 80 years old.
And you don't think those people drink and shit, bro? Like, come on, what are you talking about?
No, brother, according to him, he hasn't had one drop of alcohol.
You don't think he has a social life? Like, we've seen his like social life, like him on yachts and him like sunbathing, and him doing things like
with little girls, bro. Honestly,
no, what I'm saying is like it's an excuse for physics, entertainment. It's good for business.
Guys, listen to what you're saying. You're saying that when he was a private citizen, we were able to watch him on The Apprentice. We were able to watch him on like.
Why is he not doing these same things?
At all, as a result of the conversation?
Over 12 years of doing social media audio? No, actually, I think more people have come my way in that period of time. And I can tell you, I can almost identify the things that I've been really wrong on.
Wait, can I name one? Can I name one? There was a debate that you did with Ponce on individualism and collectivism. Remember?
Yeah, I remember.
And you went into it with your mind on one thing, but then after talking with him for a couple of hours, he changed your mind. I thought.
No, he didn't change my mind. We didn't have any disagreement because of his definition of individualism versus collectivism. His terminology of collectivism. Do you remember that?
Do I remember what it was?
No, I can tell you political ideas that I was like really wrong on over the years. Clearly, the Iraq War. I've said that before. I was a sucker. I thought there was weapons of mass destruction. I think a lot of us did. I remember one of my liberal friends protesting Monsanto back in the early 2000, like 2008. It would have been 10, maybe 9, 10. And I was like, oh, come on, we've been able to grow crops and keep people from going hungry. And it's like, oh shit, no, fuck, there's something wrong with our food. And that's one that I reflect on. I mean, his protests, though, were not necessarily effective, I should say. But I definitely, so there are issues that I've gotten wrong. Here recently, I guess the biggest one would be aspects of what Trump sold during his campaign and the effectiveness of his administration on certain topics. I, however, I never actually believed that Mexico was going to pay for the wall. I always realized that was a good campaign rhetoric. But some people buy into that stuff. And some people look at it like they hold Trump to that, like, oh, he promised it. He promised it. It's like, I do realistically look at the president as something that to win, you almost have to oversell because you still have to work with the legislature. But there's a lot of things I've been right on. I was definitely right about Joe Biden. Definitely right about COVID here on Clubhouse specifically. Was definitely right about Trump coming back and winning. I remember standing. It was pretty lonely in a couple years there, where a lot of Republicans on this app, they were no longer Trump supporters. And Matt and Beaver, I don't know if Beaver's even here, but Matt and Beaver, they were true believers. They never gave up on it.
True believers.
So yeah, there's some things that I've been right and wrong on for sure. Florida, for human.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with feeling like I was oversold on the Trump campaign. And, you've seen my political ideology, or at least my dispositions, at least, changed quite drastically since.
Did you vote for him?
Yeah. There was 3 things. Number 1, the immigration. The border crisis seemed to be getting worse every year, the Biden campaign. Number 2, the LGBT rhetoric seemed to be getting pretty fucking extreme and pretty wild and wacky on the leftist side. And number 3, I kind of started to become an accelerationist as a result of being on this app and talking to motherfuckers like you guys. The Pepes, the Jacques, the fucking Dr. Responsibles of the app, the Groiper Party on the app. The idea that, fuck it, this whole thing is going to shit. None of it's going as I would prefer. Let's just pick the worst possible guy for the job, possibly. Or the most extreme guy for the job at the very least, and see if some sort of extreme policies sparks some sort of extreme outburst and radical anger amongst the population to try to get everybody back on some sort of mutually agreed upon understanding that the government's not out to help us at all and we need to reconsider everything about our modern political system. Unfortunately, that accelerationism has not yielded the fruits that I was hoping it would. Things only seem to be getting more.
What brought on the black pill? Is that the accelerationism you're doing?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about. It's like a black pill.
It's definitely something I've noticed now post-Trump presidency with you more so than prior. Was Trump an effect of that, or was Clubhouse?
No. I think like over the course of my life, and then seeing the Trump one term, and then seeing the Biden term, not only the government itself, not only the politicians themselves, but seeing people, actual people, both online and in real life, becoming more politically driven, becoming more extreme, more unfriendly towards the other party, more radical in their beliefs. Like, it's all been so sensationalized, and it's been growing up to the point that it's at now.
It's like, who are you?
That I was just like,
who are you?
You know, if it was up to me, I would have had Ron Paul elected in 2004,
so
or 2008, or 2012. If it was up to me, I would have had fucking Thomas Massey or Justin Amash elected in 2020 or 2024. But apparently my style of politics don't lend well to the general populace, or at least the donor class who's able to convince the populace that those types of politicians aren't worth the weight that their fucking names are signed on, of the paper that their names are signed on. And so I just said, fuck it. People are crazy. Things are getting worse, but maybe they just need things to hit absolute rock bottom in order for everybody to try to take a step back, reset, grab hands, and say, we need to transform the system. And Joe, I thought maybe Trump is the guy. If he's not the worst for the job, he was definitely the most extreme and the most polarizing for the job. So I said, fuck it. Let's give this guy a shot. Let's see, maybe, number one, I think he will fix the border crisis, because he did it during his first term with the Remain in Mexico policy, and that was great. I don't have an issue with that. Number two, the LGBT shit. I don't want national or federal legislation across the board regulating those types of policies, not even in the sports. But it was certain to me that it was about to get to the point where there would have been like federal protections included in Title IX, specifically for transgenders in women's sports, if we had let another term of the Democrats go by so easily, because they were damn close. Yeah, I just figured, fuck it, let's just throw the hands against the wall, let's see where the shit goes, and the accelerationism side of it, bro. I'm not an accelerationist anymore, because clearly this shit ain't working. We're accelerated, bro. We're all the way there. We're at batshit crazy. We are at fucking midnight on the doomsday clock, on the Civil War clock.
I'll offer that where my difference of perspective is when it especially comes to politics. If you click on my profile, I have a little slogan, and we exchange ideas.
Oh,
All my political social media apps have the same thing. Years ago, and I was trying to think about where I learned it from. Someone definitely taught it to me, though. It wasn't a brilliant idea, like most political ideas. They're passed on from generations before us. Is that to put your faith in the idea and not the man, because the man will always disappoint you. So I look at it as ideas, moving ideas on the, most people have talked about it before, are familiar with the Overton window, but look at it like a field, like you're competing on, like a football field, and you're moving your idea down the football field. And there's one end that's extreme, or the other end that's extreme. And like immigration is something that's one of my top issues, right? Abortion is one of my top issues. The economy is one of my top issues. and how we want to affect the economy. And I look at these politicians as they're a jockey on the horse of that idea. That horse is an idea, and they're just moving it along. And it's like a relay race, and they move it, and we take so many steps forward, then sometimes the other party gets power and they move those ideas back the other direction. And I'm just hoping I get one of my ideas that I support to take off and it run the direction I want it to and cross the finish line. However, I do realize that men will fail. Men are fallible. They're not perfect in any sense. And then over a period of time, too, they change. They become the power brokers, and they were the ones fighting the power brokers. And then we don't get to see in the campaign when an outsider comes running up, what is it going to be like when he actually wins the field? And how is the old guard going to treat him with that? So those were things that were interesting to see with Trump. I always knew that the old guard Republican Party, which I've largely been against for the last 20 years, I guess, maybe post George Bush, what would that be, 17 years? And I've always seen, it used to be Boehner and different ones. And I joined the Tea Party, and I saw, it was like the Republican Party, literally when I got involved with politics, was all old white men. It has definitely changed more so now, but the meme was correct, especially when Obama won. And I remember going to one of the Republican leadership conferences, and one of the plans was like, look, we have to change the way our party, the optics of it, the way it looks. We have to get new blood in there. Well, what was interesting was watching how old guard Republicans, while they spoke a good game of wanting to get new blood, they didn't really want new blood in the party. And they do everything they can to destroy new blood coming into the party. So I think, to see that while power is the goal throughout politics, the gift that we receive is the advancement of our ideas. So if there's any wisdom to take on, is it's kind of like, I'll leave you on this thought right here. Trump mentioned one time, right? Bessent's mentioned it. I don't think it's got a lot of traction at the federal government level, but first time I ever heard a sitting president say anything about, well, we want to replace the income tax with tariffs. It's literally a moon, out of the park, space cadet kind of idea that used to only be prevalent on the internet, right? We're going to get rid of income tax. However, I never heard people in the highest positions of power say things like that. Now, will Trump be able to deliver on that? No, he's not. But would I rather him try and fail and advance that idea and get that message out there? Because rather it being in some 4chan forum being discussed, now it's being discussed at a greater scale because more and more people are involved. And hopefully maybe the next president or president 2 or 3 down the line gets rid of the income tax and replaces it with some other form of taxation.
You're gonna replace it.
And Trump is more or less just carrying that idea, even though he doesn't, he under delivers on it. I don't know. Take it as you want.
Yeah. I'm less ideologically driven, I guess. I'm more open to being shown that the ideas that I think utopia-ish about, I'm more open to those being proven wrong if they're wrong, and if they're just bad ideas, then I'm fine with that. And I hold no pride or sense of ego about knowing that I had the right idea the whole time and watching it come to fruition. I just really want to see things
and the original
get
idea.
better and see things turn around and see the fucking national debt decrease. I used to be some sort of like laissez-faire free market capitalist sort of libertarian, right? I used to be very much in the camp that Bima's in.
Oh, really?
But what I've seen over the course of the last decade or so is like legitimately the monopolistic tendencies of free market laissez-faire capitalism kind of coming true before our eyes. And between that and crony capitalism as well, don't forget the crony part with all the government handouts, the socialism for corporations, you know, the grant money, the public buyouts, the public safety nets, the bailout money. You know, we're creating little fucking oligarchs and technocrats and trillionaires through all of these things.
Also, grand utopian.
And it's just not working the way that I once thought it did. So I'm much less excited about that sort of like free market capitalism anymore. I know Ron Paul hasn't changed much, but that's okay. Ron Paul's an old fucking man. He doesn't have to, right? But like, it's not working the same as I thought.
How do you replace a set of elites in one country?
So how do you replace the what?
How do you replace every country has a set of elites, right? Every country.
Oh,
how do you replace those elites?
I don't know if it's so much about replacing them, Joe. It's about checking them, making sure that they know that just because they're the wealthiest doesn't mean that they're the best. Just because they have the most money doesn't mean that they're the smartest. And just because they have corporations that everybody values doesn't necessarily mean that they should be the most powerful.
I don't know what checking them means. Like, do you want to have like a conversation with them, or like what do you mean checking? Like knock them down a peg? What would that look like?
Number one, ending corporate bailouts for these companies that are too big to fail. I can understand, in a sense, where that can yield some sort of economic turmoil. But at the same time, what you have is people who have massive business operations in the desire to grow their corporations and their stock prices. They're willing to take increasing amounts of risk in order to try to yield some sort of large benefit for it. And if they fail, they know damn well that someone's going to be there to catch them when they fall. So ending that and creating more strong regulations and checks and investigations into anti-money laundering, collusion, monopolization, data privacy, selling the whole selling people's data. I mean, like, you think about like the value of X and Meta and Clubhouse even. Like, these companies are certainly selling our data.
Oh, really? Wow! Thanks for the great read. Thanks for the
privacy has been lost due to the Patriot Act,
we lost all our privacy.
Section, what is it, 204 of the internet? Something. Help me out, Joe.
Yeah,
whatever, you know.
But
But I
Great
guess really your
observation,
grievance
Florida
though
man.
is
Thanks
checking
for
the
enlightening us
corporations
on
that
a
the
Tuesday
elites
night.
operate, right?
Great, more great insight by Florida man.
It's not just like the Iran stuff, but
all their infrastructure to like stop them from being able to acquire some nuclear capability, like in the future tax, right? Like that's our
But there was no need to do that because we had an agreement to limit any potential for them to build a nuclear weapon the day beforehand.
Oh, and they always stand by their agreements, right?
No, but
yes, they have.
Wait, is he saying that
Wait,
Israel's
they have?
actions are completely separate to the US? Is that basically what you're hinting at?
That's not what I said.
I'm not getting to that. But Stan,
No, he said something about. He said something about that was Israel's aim, Israel's mission.
Oh yeah, like on Israel's roaring lion, on their military objectives, regime change was one of their. Yeah.
Yeah, but the point is, Stan, that argument about us having Iran's nuclear under control, the first day of negotiation with Jared Kushner and Iranian officials.
Okay, please don't.
They told
You said it yesterday. I debunked it yesterday. I don't want to do.
What did you debunk? That's what they said.
It was a negotiation stance, but after that, after the first statement, they came to an agreement that solved everything, or they basically had an agreement that solved everything. They just needed to dot the i's and.
You're taking an aggressive approach of analyzation. Like you're saying that you know what.
No, I'm not saying what I know. I'm saying that the article I shared with you showed where they were, and it was verified by multiple sources.
I'm saying to you, as regardless of if you're trying to say it was a negotiation tactic threatening the United States with nuclear weapons, game over, right? That's it. Like if that.
But there was no threat. There was no threat.
Well, why would you make one then in negotiation?
Okay, there was no threat. Why? Okay, because they. First off, what Kushner and Witkoff say may not be accurate. They don't work for the U.S. government. They don't have an obligation. And even if it was accurate, it's not relevant. It's not relevant because 5 minutes later, effectively, they came to a agreement. Well, 5 minutes and multiple weeks of negotiating, but they came to an agreement on eliminating all need for or any potential for Iran to develop a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, and another factor is another factor you got to keep in mind. Us dealing with Iran, especially with these secondary sanctions, really cripples this BRICS, right? This BRICS currency thing, like it undermines that model, which is even a bigger threat to the United States than the ballistic missile arsenal or the proposed nuclear threat that not.
Okay, well there's two ways to do this. On one hand, you can argue it threatens it. I think on the flip side, you could argue that it provides it a lot more strength to the BRICS program because once again, the U.S. is taking its position and being a bully and forcing people to do what they want or otherwise threaten them. So if I was a BRICS nation, it would be a further reason to want to avoid operating with the bully.
But it doesn't matter.
And not all American politicians are bullies. We did not have to make this choice that way. So it
sounds like communism.
Hey, Black. All right, so Black. So these are the numbers that you would add to your 180, right? Like you would add the G7 acceleration fund. You could add the $50 billion from the Russian frozen assets from the United States of America supplemental. You could add. So there's 7 other categories.
But those are military spending, right? Those are other categories.
No, I'm just talking about the American taxpayer, like what the American taxpayer is on the hook for.
I mean, that's not the way you worded it in the beginning.
No, wait, hold on. That's exactly what we were talking about. The gentleman here.
Talking about that was not the way you worded it.
All right, so the gentleman here was talking about he didn't sign up for, as a taxpayer, to fund this conflict in Iran. So my question to him was, well, did you sign up for the Ukraine one? Because we spent up to $400 billion to this date. That was my thing.
I mean, it's not. When you say that, that's not an accurate statement. I understand the sentiment, but the statement itself is not accurate. We spent 180 billion in military spending approved by Congress. That's
all right, here. The problem here. Yeah, the problem here is that you made an assumption that I was talking about something that I clearly wasn't talking about. I'm speaking about all spending. Okay. So when hold on. So when you say I made a mistake, I think that you should offer an apology for you making a mistake. Just for the record.
Okay, fine. But I'm not saying you. I'm not even saying you made a mistake. I'm saying your statement was inaccurate. But the sentiment, I understand what you mean.
My statement was absolutely accurate to the context of the taxpayer being on the hook.
I can't. I've enjoyed being divorced for like a year, just so I don't have to do it.
Yeah, I just don't understand how like you narrowed the domain to military spending all by yourself. Like, how'd you do that?
Because normally when people say
okay, thank you.
Conflict, they're talking about military spending.
Right. Normally, right?
Okay, so you have a different thing. Okay, I'm learning,
Or you can come up by unmuting.
Yeah, we're talking about a different thing. I just don't understand like why these people don't understand that this conflict right here carries more of a United States interest than Ukraine does.
We spent $195 billion. No, gentlemen, we spent $195 billion in Ukraine since February of 2022. According to the U.S. Okay, Samoa, just let me finish a sentence. According to Congress's website. So you can say that, and we've spent $37.5 billion since we've been in Iran as of July 26th, 2026. We're on track because this is going to be a 5-year war in Iran, or at least a 3-year or 4-year until our next president. Oh my God! Until our next president comes into office.
Absolutely not.
We are not. Samoa, you know what? You are just like you remind me of my 4-year-old grandson that has no self-control with his mouth. None. You need to learn to listen, not listen to respond.
Discipline us.
Get him.
She said it's going to be a 3-year war, bro. Crazy.
Donald Trump, your boyfriend, Donald Trump, said that we would be out of there in 60 days. How long have we been now?
So we're not.
For the next generation after us to have a more perfect union. That's my opinion.
Oh, the next generation is gonna go have a more perfect union. Are you kidding me? These fucking people are fucked.
Okay, well, that'll be the conclusion of the room if no one else wants to discuss the topic.
What's up, Joe?
Dr. Adams.
What's up?
I gotta say, I've been impressed with your trolling skills lately. You're one of the top-notch ones on here.
I'm a little disappointed in you, Joe. A big part of American history died tonight. We lost a few patriots tonight. We really did. Dolly Parton and her tits. That's a whole group right there. And I feel like, you guys just kind of glazed over that. She's done a lot for this country. We love Dolly Parton. Even the president, he's going to have the flags, lowered to half mast for Dolly Parton. God bless Dolly Parton.
You're right. She was a gem, American gem. Are you familiar with her story when she got in place, when she first hit the scene and stuff like that?
No. Can you care to share it with us?
And what's that song you like?
Which one?
So much? By Porter Wagner. You ever heard of the?
Oh, Sad Side Mine.
You ever heard of the guy Porter Wagner? Adams. Porter Wagner had like a variety show. He was pretty successful musician and entertainer back in when television didn't have color. And he found Dolly Parton and he signed her to a lifetime contract. Pulled her out of the hills of Tennessee. And it was a pretty big deal when she broke that contract and was able to go out on her own. And she worked her whole way up. So I think some of the struggles like in the music world today, there's others that have that similar story where, they're this supreme talent. I think Michael Jackson with his family and his father, right? I don't know, I'm not familiar with it as much, but maybe Justin Bieber, when he was younger, and he got older, had to do something similar. I think there's other musicians that have had to go through that. And these are like your mega stars where they have to like break away from that awful contract.
Yeah, it's very sad. There's tons of people on the boulevard right now, lots of cameras. Strangely enough, the Scientologists made their way out there, Joe. It was very bizarre. The Scientologists out there trying to hand out flyers to people just mourning Dolly Parton. It's something to be said. It really is. She's a good woman, really good woman. I would say out of anybody in Hollywood, she's probably one of the least problematic celebrities that, we've ever witnessed in our lifetime.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I don't think we ever heard anything bad about Dolly Parton. She's about as sweet as could be. And it always shone through her. A lot of people have commented about when you meet her, she's very down to earth. And she's just like how you would imagine. And she wasn't full of herself and as successful as she was. And I guess that's a rarity today.
And she wasn't trying to tax anybody either. I said it the other night, and I feel bad, which is why I had to say it. I was like, damn it. The Democrats, if there's anybody that's going to go this election season, it probably should be Jane Fonda. But, Dolly Parton never tried to tax anybody. I heard she actually left a part of her royalties to underprivileged Black children in Tennessee. I Will Always Love You, that song that Whitney Houston, did a wonderful job, but Dolly Parton wrote and performed before Whitney Houston. Dolly Parton's a kind soul, really kind soul, better than Jane Fonda, and a much better wig too. I will say that Dolly Parton had a much better wig than Jane Fonda. Gone too soon.
Yeah, you're right. Jane Fonda, I tell you what a traitor that is.
She's just the evil, they call her the godmother of CNN.
Yeah, she kind of was.
Just evil woman. Evil woman.
I always imagined that it was Jane Fonda and Ted Turner that constructed the Georgia Guidestones that have now been taken down. Are you familiar with what the Guidestones said? Do you remember that internet?
No, but I'd be interested to know if there's anything in the Epstein files about a picture of Jane Fonda over a mantle somewhere on Epstein Island. I'm sure there's probably one.
Yeah, I'm not aware of the whole Epstein story. Maybe we got someone in the audience that is an expert on it. But essentially what the Georgia Guidestones were about were depopulation of the entire world, wanting to slim the population down to around 500,000 people. And this was the type of rhetoric that was going on back in the 60s and 70s by some of these more extreme left-wing antagonists. I'll see if I can find the old story on the Georgia.
That's terrible. That's terrible. So who do you think is going next, Joe?
Say again, what was your question?
So who do you think is going next, Joe?
Oh, I guess it goes in threes, right?
Yep.
Are we going to take bets on it? What's Cauchy say?
I don't know. I heard Dick Van Dyke is still alive. Yeah, he's 100.
That's getting up there. I couldn't imagine living to 100 years. I don't think I'll make it.
How old is Chuck Norris?
He's dead.
That was wasn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, Joe. We live in crazy times. Crazy time.
Do you think they're any crazier than they used to be?
I don't think it's crazier than it used to be. I think, you know, there's just a lot more cameras and a lot more noise. I don't know. I don't think the world's really changed. I think just kind of the people and their delivery has.
That's a great take. That's largely the biggest change that has happened in the last 100 years. And yeah, I know there's been technological change. Clearly, we drive cars and things like that. But it's the advancement of our communication. There's nothing that really reaches that, where you can speak to people all across the world sitting in your bedroom in your boxers. You know, it's wild. It's like the ability to get a news story out.
You pressed fuckers right in the face too, you know, with a hypothetical, shotgun.
What the hell, man?
A bunch of sick murderers. That's what I'm talking about. I know. This is what the DS3. These are the people that we're talking to right here. This is Joe.
It's like, how far back did he pre-exist? Like, was he the Logos that Philo talks about? Because Philo talks about that Logos as a second deity, one that's lesser than the Father. Is that how some of the early Christians understood Jesus being? Yeah, so I would just kind of go to that. Some of the stuff about Christology is really messy. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, that's probably one of the most interesting things in early Christian studies is just the whole Christology topic, you know?
No.
It was terrible. Some context coming off of it. Edward ran his room, and
it was terrible.
Is it because we have replays on that everyone behaves themselves?
Wait, replays are on?
Everyone's like, oh, shit. You're going to mind what I say.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Nigger, kike, spick, faggot.
I heard Joe Biden was not doing good.
Hopefully he dies soon.
What do you get that terminal for cancer?
Hopefully it does.
That's a good bet there, Ann. That
Not a man that's not more deservative. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. They're super predators. There's a criminal jungle. Or what did he say? Something about jungle or something, Ann?
I don't know. I just remember that.
An urban jungle, yeah,
I just remember the kids in the pool doing
urban jungle out there.
will the Democrats ever give us better candidate to mock than Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris? I mean, we couldn't have gotten any better during the era of social media to get these three as who we get to talk shit about. I mean,
Joe, does it ever feel like
content after content?
Joe, does it ever feel like we're living in a simulation and none of this is real? This is a construct of one of our imaginations. Like Donald Trump is president twice.
Simulation theory. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I always think that, like, like maybe you guys are like part of my personality and you're constructs of my personality and my subconscious mind. And in actuality, like I'm in a comatose state. I'm just laying in a fucking hospital bed on a ventilator and shit.
He's on a ventilator.
I had like a car accident like 10 years ago. And this whole like past decade and a half is all just a construct of my imagination. Or your imagination, or whoever's, brain and back. It would make sense.
I wonder if that's what Martin Luther King is going to cover with his first interview at a hiding with Gayle King. I feel like
Young Dolph comes out with a new album.
I'm telling you, I imagine.
When Young Dolph comes out with a new album, I'm going to buy it. Sorry, a little too black there. A little too blackety black. Oh, for reference, Young Dolph's dead. Bima's probably the only one that knew that. Pepe, how do you feel about the blacks? No? Mole crickets from you, Pepe? Or moon crickets? All right, Joe, I have a question. Are you familiar with the Mandela effect, right?
Yes, I am familiar with the Mandela.
I know that we started the Hadron Collider, created a black hole in the center of the Earth, and we're like shifting through parallel universes. So the only one that I can say unequivocally that I can't explain is a situation my dad and I were in Forest Park, Georgia, and we used to go to this Jimmy John's all the time. And one day my dad and I were sitting there and we're like, hey man, you want to go to Jimmy John's? He's like, yeah, let's go to Jimmy John's. And it's literally right out of the front of the warehouse place that we worked at for a company called Forward Air in Forest Park, Georgia, in Atlanta. And we pull out of the fucking plaza, the complex, and immediately when you get up to the traffic light, there's a shopping plaza on the right. There's Jimmy John's right in the corner. We pull up, it's a fucking Mexican restaurant. And I was like, fuck, man, the Jimmy John's went out of business. I'm like, we got to figure something else out. So my dad's like, hey, just go in there and ask them if they moved to a different location. And I was like, all right, maybe it's like right down the road or something. I went in and I asked the lady working there, and I was like, excuse me, I'm like, do you know where the Jimmy John's moved? And she's like, what? And I was like, yeah, I was like, the Jimmy John's. I'm like, the place that used to be here and stuff, because we haven't been here in a couple weeks. And she's like, sir, it's been a Mexican restaurant for like the last like 4 years. And I'm like, no, the fuck it hasn't. And I was like, you have a manager? And the manager comes over and she's like, sir, she's like, it's been this such and such Mexican restaurant for like 4 years. I came out to my dad. I was like, what the fuck is going on, dude? I'm like, they're saying it was always been this Mexican restaurant. And she's like, there's never been a Jimmy John's here. And then we leave, and then we come back like a couple weeks later, and I'm really like still like befuddled, like flabbergasted that like, they're claiming this is a fucking Mexican restaurant for the last 4 years.
And when we were turning to go into the warehouse, we turn in there and the fucking Jimmy John's is back there. So we immediately stopped and we came back out there and I went in, ran inside the Jimmy John's and I was like, dude, fuck's going on? I'm like, this place is a Jimmy John's. Now then it was a Mexican restaurant and now it's a Jimmy John's again. And he's like, what are you talking about? And I was like, dude, we were just here like 2 weeks ago as a Mexican restaurant. And he's like, sir, we've been here for like, multiple years or whatever. And I was like, dude, I'm telling you, we fucking came in here and literally walked inside and it was like a fucking Mexican, like, sit-down restaurant. And he's like, sir, I don't know what you're talking about. And my dad and I are just looking at each other and we're like, what the fuck just happened? That was like some Twilight shit. So that's the only, like, thing. And I used to be, like, against the whole fucking Mandela effect. It's stupid, It's fucking retarded. Until I went into a Jimmy John's and became a Mexican restaurant and then back to a Jimmy John's again. But the most plausible explanation is that I'm in a comatose state. With your dad.
Doesn't when you get to thinking about simulation theory, though, isn't that largely what the prophets were describing in the Bible with God, and that we're living within the world that God has created?
I guess. I mean, I don't know. It could be parallel shifting. It could be simulation theory. It could be like a bunch of different shit. Or maybe you're just going fucking crazy, or you're going crazy, and like I said, this is a construct of somebody's imagination. None of us are real.
The Jimmy John's wasn't real.
That would be related to it. We were created in His image.
Bro, imagine how bad it would suck to be Adams, though, if this is all like a simulation. All the like anxiety and depression and homosexuality and fighting his gayness.
Oh my God! Look at her. Fucking God.
Oh my God! Imagine being a big fat black woman too, a big back. Oh man, it sucks for you, William. You were like destined to eat that bloody pussy. Oh man, poor Wallace. He had no choice in the matter of eating bloody pussy. It was because somebody had a twisted sense of humor.
You're probably one of the greatest people to bring along to a party, Rich.
I know. Well, imagine being like a jaded, angry black man like Othello, and then to find out that you're like a construct of somebody's subconscious mind and their imagination. You're like the stereotypical trope of a fucking black man, just an angry black man, and I hate the white man and the Jews, and I won't be a fucking black Muslim. It's not even real. You're every stereotypical black man from TV shows that I watched as a child. I constructed you, Othello, in my mind.
What is happening?
What? We were talking about simulation theory, and then we were talking about if this is all like a Mandela effect and simulation theory. Oh, imagine being Ray.
Real conversation.
Imagine being Ray, a black.
No, I'm just being dead ass. I mean, why are you giving a mic to this fucking retard named Rich? Like, Rich is like the dumbest motherfucker that's in this room that comes on this stage, brings nothing to the table, has nothing intellectual to say. He gets destroyed every single time. He got a phallic symbol in his goddamn PTR. Like, he is a fucking retard. Yeah, and we know. Yeah, and we know why you're doing it that way. We know that you're a degenerate. You dig what I'm saying? You're nothing more than a degenerate fucking motherfucker who sits up here and says, "Oh, tweet
for the jungle."
It's you.
It's a
I just woke up, man. Is that really a snake? What the fuck is that, man?
Timothy, it's a big black jungle snake.
See, I told you he's a fag. He's a fag.
Somebody had this in their PTR, and I was like, "What?"
Somebody go in the room.
Mucus and via physical contact, and it was determined that it was from what I understand, and of course this could be a psyop that I fell into, right? But it was determined that pathogens don't spread that way through mucus as much as the Rockefeller standards of medical history projected to be. So, without going too much deeper, I mean, this can get really deep really quick. Maybe look into terrain theory.
Let me look up terrain theory so I can see if we're
I've attended lectures from people like Dr. Andrew Kaufman, and there's some questions to be had. The fact that
I think terrain theories, that's pretty mundane. It's probably why it didn't come to mind. It's just saying that the body plays a role, the topography of the body plays a role as well. And,
all right, so I'll sum it up like this: when you were first introduced to the idea of a virus, what was the most basic definition of a virus that you remember?
Dude, when I was first introduced, wait, do you mean like
I'm talking about like first grade, like your first grade indoctrination into the concept of viruses.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, it's literally just the definition of a pathogen itself, right? There's no distinction. It's a small
virus
thing
particularly
that makes you sick. Yeah, I mean, first grade.
And do you remember the fact? Do you remember the detail and the fact where you were taught that a virus is inorganic?
No.
Okay, well that's something I specifically remember being part of that first. Maybe it was fourth grade, whatever. It was somewhere in elementary school where you're taught about the concept of a virus, that it's an inorganic substance.
Yeah, your elementary school was a little faster than mine.
Okay. All right. Well, even if you Google it right now, you'll see that it's commonly thought by scientists that viruses are inorganic.
I'm not following you. Yeah.
Well, if you do a simple Google search right now, ask if viruses are living.
Viruses alive?
I mean, they have literally the viral life cycle. But let me do a test. Let me Google that specifically.
Yeah.
Are viruses living? And we'll see what Google says. Oh, son of a bitch! I clicked the wrong link. One second. Are viruses living? Yeah, okay. So most scientists do not consider viruses to be alive because they cannot reproduce, grow, or make energy on their own.
Okay, so let's stop right there. So let's think about that. So you're taught that a virus penetrates your living cells and convinces those cells to reproduce itself. That's how viruses produce. It goes into your living cells, it penetrates the cell membrane, infects that cell, and convinces that cell to reproduce itself. While most scientists don't even consider that to be a living organism. So let's think about that for a second. That's the most basic concept of what we're talking about here.
I mean, I could follow you down that road. I get that, and at the same time, the distinction about reproductive capacity, feels a little bit subjective.
Now, what if? Now, just consider this, and we don't have to get much deeper into it right now because this is something you'll probably want to research on your own before really talking about it. Yeah. But what if a virus was actually produced internally from your cells? What if it was a cleaning mechanism that your body produces, and every time you've had the flu, it's been the same exact process, right? You start off with the nasal cavities, you'll get congestion. It works its way down to your throat. You start to get scratchy throat, and then finally it ends up in the lungs, and you start coughing up the green stuff, right? Every single time you've been sick, it's been the same process. What if that was an internal process that your body used as a way to extract toxins, right? What if there was nothing pathogenic to that process at all, except mentally, where your subconscious is seeing other people going through their natural cycles of cleansing their toxic byproducts, and that instinctively kicked in gear your own individual process.
That quasi black fucking pussy maggot. Pussy maggot. Matt Cool is a pussy maggot. So I can't get in the room because Matt Cool has me blocked, and I was trying to figure out who has me blocked. It turns out that is Matt Cool, the uncool Matt Cool, which is beautiful.
I have a whole bunch of women that watch true crime documentaries and fucking think somehow they live in an A&E special.
Have you talked to Gen Z kids?
I think you get the women coming out of the woods. I think you would.
It's on the rise.
I don't. If they come out of the wood, they should have a lot of you. No offense, Joe, but a lot of you women should have your fucking heads examined. Like at the point where you're going to sit there and cheer on and create GoFundMes for a woman who killed her kids and say, "Oh, it's the husband that did it," when it's clearly evidence that she did it.
Oh shit! He's about to crash out.
Makes no sense. I don't understand the support. And Rich, you should just shut up at this point. I mean, seriously.
Let's talk about John.
Yeah,
John's about to crash out.
Hello, Kitover.
I think we should take every woman that wants to be with the bear for 24 hours and put them in a warehouse with the bear so we can create a gluttonous bear so you can eat them all.
Wait, who are you throwing in a bear? Wait, who?
Any woman that says that they would spend 24 hours with a bear. And then the women who say that they would spend 24 hours with a man, we should put them in a room with a man and they'll come out and go, "Oh, wow, nothing happened."
We need to do that.
We played like checkers and poker and shit.
Add that to our bear scenario thing that we do.
We told ghost stories and shit. Nothing happened. Imagine how fucking ridiculous you have to be to conclude that being in the presence of a man for 24 hours is more dangerous than being around a bear. Like in fucking Brad's PTR. Like, imagine all the instances that every woman has interacted with a man thousands of times a fucking week and never been fucking brutally raped and, fucking pinned down and forced against their will. But,
well, Rich,
guy's gonna do that.
Rich, what you got to understand is that you have observed on this app what I would call drama makers. And the fact that for maybe a day or two, fat loser fucks on a free conference call app, they got nothing better to do than to pick their toes in their fucking shit in the shit.
Whoa, not too much on that.
Well, listen, the point is that you've witnessed drama making. And so from a drama creator perspective and wasting time, you've witnessed it. But the thing is,
you've been here videotaping all of it.
Yeah, that's right. But see, I don't think I'm crazy because you guys are like free actors. No, I have a product. I'm encapsulating and bottling a product. You guys are the juice in my bottle, baby. That's all I'm saying. Listen, you drive an Uber. You don't even work in the oil fields anymore, son. If I make money on YouTube and you're sitting here screaming out profane words with Pepe all night long, and I'm making money, who's gonna be laughing then? John Kitover will get the final laugh. Trust me, Bima will not get the final laugh.
Because I distinctly remember John Kitover saying, your family is the most important thing. You can make money. Money's not a big deal. Remember, John?
No, being intelligent is an important thing. Coming on Clubhouse and running your fucking mouth 40 hours a week. Listen, Dr. Edward here, aka the most responsible man on the planet, who says he runs a business and he works in death care, comes on here 80 hours a week chit-chatting all day long, repeating himself. You need to practice personal responsibility. Where's your wife? Where's your business, Edward? You're here 60 hours a week chit-chatting. Hello, make it make sense.
You got 3,000. I am amazed at how you can get out a coherent sentence, Joe, without stuttering.
Yeah,
you're getting better.
My foot's gonna go right up your ass.
Good on, Kippy. Let me fucking tell you.
Hi, Kippy, my neighbor.
Kippy, remember, are we drunk or are we not drunk?
Are you rude or are you fucking rude?
Yeah, always know who you are. Oh, it's Rich. You motherfucking 3X plus 1, KP. Seriously? Colex. Rich. What? KP always remembers that I'm 6'4". That's a big motherfucker. Where's the faggot sick, KP?
You should watch the video of the woman where after she does do the candle wax on her kids and then sets the house on fire, she does a TikTok dance and twerks to like literally what's going on. It's online.
KP, where's the faggot sick? This is crazy shit.
I also want to say Himothy has me blocked, so I haven't been able to come in these rooms.
He just had a baby. He was 30 minutes away.
Hello?
I was just trying to say if KP was drunk or not. He's drunk.
What you say, Kitover?
I wanted to thank you for blocking me because you blocked me, you ghetto trash piece of shit. I haven't been wasting my time in these stupid shitty rooms, so thank you very much. I believe in the natural process where if I get kicked from a room, well, that's fine. I don't give a fuck because there's this thing called anonymous, and I'm actually just here to record. I don't even want to talk to you fucking dumb fucks anymore because you guys are wasting your fucking time. That means you take no action. That means you just run your fucking mouth, but you don't do anything. The definition of wisdom is not just talking all day long. You might want to try reading a book. Consider going to the gym. That's right. It's called breaking a sweat. And a lot of you long COVID sufferers need to break a sweat. You really do. They say by breaking a sweat, you can get the spike proteins out of your pathetic, disgusting little faggot bodies. That's right. You could actually get the spike proteins out of your bodies by getting off a clown house and going to the gym and breaking a sweat. All right, I am complete. Go get a haircut, try some shampoo, take a shower maybe. You know, shave that face, use a moisturizer, Himothy. It'll work. Try a moisturizer. Go to CVS, get yourself a bottle of a coconut shea butter moisturizer, and after you take a hot shower and scrub your face, you moisturize your face. I am complete. Hello?
On the scanner also gets the hosting. You gotta get the hip spread. I don't have your blood, but
Viking, man, it's nice to see you in the truck house, man. Where you been? I know where you been.
if you get booted out and then you're blocked from it, you get booted out, you can't really come in. So, and to invite Pepe in.
Well, it's actually Matt Cool that has my other accounts blocked. But again, Matt Cool, I go with the natural process. If I get blocked, well, then that's a great thing. I just lost multiple accounts last week. I've had over 60 Clown House accounts. People target me. They report me. They don't like my presence because they don't like what I have to say.
Things go up, but it's not the same point. I don't like it. I was just telling Matt that we should do like a good topic on feminism and highlight the last few weeks because, like we were discussing earlier, like it's not been good for the pro-feminist side. Like it's all fucking all over the map, and you're like, you have a whole lot of people cheering on the fact that women are often their kids to the point now where you got them fucking twerking while trying to do it. Like,
Dima. Oh, yeah. And JJ was on that camp too.
That's similar to say to 3X. Why would you say is a faggot?
Oh, because he is.
Why would you say
Not in a homosexual way, but like a bitchy little whiny faggot way.
He'll come in. Hold on.
I love to use that word.
Hey, JJ, what's new in the LGBTQIA plus community today? Hey, JJ, welcome to the stage. Are you as upset as Dr. Adams is over the passing of Dolly Parton? Oh, man, poor Dolly. We thought she was going to make it to 100. The LGBT community is devastated tonight. They're sitting Shiva. Millions of queers around America are sitting Shiva for Dolly. Oh, poor Dolly.
The other reason is the current condition.
Touch your bitch mouth. You're inferior to me. You can't address me like you can't address.
Fight Rich, black girl. Fight. Never let Rich get one over on you. Never. Always speak up, black girl. Always. Do it for your daughter. Your fatherless daughter.
That's a shot in the dark. You're probably right.
That's not funny at all.
Yeah, it's accurate.
Go play with somebody else.
Rich, are you sure you're not bitch? Rich, are you sure you're not Pepe? Yes, I'm Pepe in disguise.
Sometimes you sound like Pepe when you laugh. I don't know.
Yeah.
Side-eyeing you.
All the way to the like.
You sound pretty,
Kitover, do you have any medical conditions?
Why is it even if I don't see him with his picture or KP's picture, they're black?
Hold on.
Yeah, my medical condition is wondering why the fuck you're a mod in this fucking house and in these rooms for days or weeks on end now. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you, booger nose? Look at that fucking booger nose. I bet a lot of cocaine been up that booger nose. Do you have any medical conditions? I bet you got that sickle cell anemia. I bet you got that sickle cell anemia.
He has a penis on the screen.
No, I got a sickle cell anemia detection brain, and I think you may got that sickle cell anemia.
He got a traumatic brain injury serving our country.
Okay.
That's right. I met an LGBTQIA plus DEICRT employee in the federal government, and my fucking brain exploded like a clown world. I do think that Rich is actually correct that it's possible I'm living in a coma. Rich, you get this. This is the parallel. This is, Rich, listen to this. You know how you said you thought you were in an amnesia state in a hospital laying in a stretcher and you're just imagining all these personalities? I think that's what's happening to me, Rich. I think I served this country. I'm sitting in a hospital at Walter Reed Hospital, imagining all of this. It's impossible that clown world exists, isn't it? It's got to be impossible for 20,000 U.S. soldiers to go die overseas fighting Islamic jihadists to come back to clown world. Nancy Pelosi's worth 200 million plus. Bill Gates fucking poisoned the planet with Dr. Fauci. Oh, we should be saluting Dr. Fauci. He didn't poison all of us. He didn't lie about the fucking vaccines with the pregnant women. He's a great guy. He did the best job he could. It's not a coordinated effort to sterilize and destroy the planet. It's not. They don't
don't want to reduce the population of the planet, even though they went on television and told us they're going to do it. We live in fucking clown world. Oh, the mother of clown world is here. Bima, the horsewoman, whose depression. Bima cured her depression through Clown House by talking on chillism all day long. Oh, that's great therapy, Bima. I'm sure it's working out great for you. Congratulations! And guess what? You're back! You're back!
Hey, John, how you doing? Imagine disparaging a veteran who has
a traumatic brain injury from being in service. It's crazy.
Yeah, but what you said 3X, like, I'm not gonna like let that shit go out.
Yeah, you had to chimp out
Saying,
while he was talking.
No, it's not chipping out. It's calling it. It's being truthful.
Yeah, you could have waited until he was done with his submission and then spoke.
I did.
But
I did. But like, I came in here.
You had to devolve and chip out.
Hold it. No, that's what you say whenever you want to remove yourself from accountability.
No, you did.
Are you gonna? No, I came
Darren's
here.
Japanese. He's like, when Darren comes in the room, he's really calm. He's like submissive. When you blacks come in the room, you chimp out.
You blacks?
Yeah, whenever somebody says. Well, Bima, it's accurate. When somebody says the N-word, all blacks come off their microphone and start
You can literally have
you
a whole entire group.
Who's this white boy just said
No. That's what you think about.
I can't argue with you. You angry. Leave me alone. I'm happy. Leave me alone. You angry. I can't argue with you. Leave me alone. You angry. I can't argue with you. Leave me alone. I'm happy. I'm going home. Hello? Hello?
Free range would say that. Free range would be like, hey, man, you know, that's not cool. But, you know, you uncultured blacks just start screaming and yelling.
No.
John Kitover started talking about, like, the Democrats, and you start shipping out. John Kitover was talking about the Democrats, and you started deciding.
Let's really find out if JJ's even gay. What is the AI plus and LGBTQIA plus? What does the I and the A and the plus stand for? Especially the plus. What is the plus? We should all know what the plus means, right? Everybody here should know what the plus means.
The plus means to infinity and beyond, motherfucker. That's what it fucking means.
No, it doesn't, you gay bitch. That's not what it means. It means indigenous populations shift sexual roles in the family as needed. You don't even know the history of LGBTQIA+. I looked it up. You don't even know your own history. You don't know the history of your people. You and Dr. Adams don't know the history of your people.
Is that the plus?
Man, boy. Ew.
Yeah, it's called the NAMBLA, North American Man Boy Love Association.
Okay, don't confuse your
There's also another group called MAPS, which MAPS is Minor Attracted Person Syndrome.
That has nothing to do with
That's
the
part of the plus. You said to infinity. It includes everything.
No, I know.
Yeah, you guys include wanting to fuck kids.
No. You include wanting to fuck kids.
You just said to infinity.
That starts in Catholic churches.
What is encapsulated?
You want to see kid
what is encompassed or
Catholic
encapsulated
church.
in infinity? Does it mean everything?
No, it doesn't mean everything.
So it includes pedophiles.
No. You
said the plus means infinity.
Because that's where conservative
JJ, you just simply said plus means infinity, which includes everything.
No.
Including kid fuckers.
Infinity does not mean everything.
Yeah, it does.
Infinity means a continuation.
To infinity and beyond. LGBTQIA forever. We will conquer Russia and destroy Moscow so we can have our first LGBTQ parade in Red Square. Hooray! Go America! Yay, capitalism! One day, the LGBTQIA plus flag will be in every country on the entire planet, and we will rule governments throughout the world. Chicago, New York, Miami, LA. Gay people the queer world will take over, and you normies will be punished and put in our little LGBTQIA punishment boxes with our pet squirrels. Everybody gets free healthcare. Healthcare is a right. Healthcare is a right. Everyone will get.
I just went to the Federal Election Commission. I put in John Kitover's name. and nothing comes up, man. He's a fraud. Everything is a fraud.
So, JJ, you are saying that it does include kid fuckers.
No, it does not.
I just wanted to let
Infinity
the
includes
Clubhouse
everything.
Mouse know that all that shit in his PTR, he's a fraud, man. It says we do not recognize this person or this type of activity does not exist. Kitover, I'm gonna invite you back up so you can explain this fraud shit.
Infinity, a concept that describes something without any
Shut up,
bound
Rich.
or end.
I want Chicago.
Yeah, what is it, Booger King? What you want to talk about? Fraud? Go ahead. What's your question? Ask mayoral candidate John Kitover whatever question you got, Booger King.
I'm on the Federal Election Commission website, and they saying they have no data of you running for office.
Well, I don't know how you are you on a laptop or you on a cell phone, Booger King? And I'm running for mayorship in Chicago now. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. I ran for Congress. That was before you got to Clubhouse, Booger King, and you became the DEI CRT appointment in the Trump room, Booger King.
Activity, the filing deadline has passed. This is not authentic.
Yeah, he didn't have enough
believe-
votes or petitions.
He's a fraud.
No, he ran. He didn't have enough votes.
So is that true? You lost Chicago?
Yeah, he already said that.
I didn't hear it.
John, did you lose your race for mayor?
No, the mayoral election is 2/23/27. I didn't have enough petition signatures to get on the ballot to run for Congress, but that was before Booger King's time here. So he's just coming up to speed with my political career and history. What's your next question, Booger King?
Jared, why are the Japanese so submissive, but the blacks are so aggressive?
Shut up, Rich. And
Yeah,
by the
my
way,
bad.
stop putting pedophilia on fucking babies.
Listen, it's a statistical fact that pedophiles and the LGBTQ and homosexual activity in the Catholic Church and in other organizations, there's a correlation between pedophilia and men that practice homosexual acts with other men. And so hello? First of all, for you to even put Kitover is a fraud in your title is actually libelous. That's libelous and slander, and I could sue you for doing that. So don't project your own fraud and crimes onto me, Booger Boy. You're a little late to the fraud game here, Booger Boy, to be accusing John Kitover of fraud, Booger Boy. I'm taking a screenshot. I'm sending this to my lawyer tomorrow, Matt Cool. I know who you are. I know who Himothy is. Trust me, I got the screenshot. I'll give you 10 seconds to change it, Booger Boy. Hello? Don't project your fraud onto me, Booger King.
You're a fraud.
So
Also,
not every pedophile is a homosexual.
Yeah, I
Every
know.
homosexual is a pedophile.
You said this, and this doesn't make it true.
It is accurate.
You're the one who literally has like a fucking fake snake-looking cock.
Kitover, you're a fraud. You're a fraud, nigga.
It's a cock.
It's a
He's
snake.
a fraud.
It's literally a
fraud.
snake from fucking Brazil.
It's a fraud. Fraud ass nigga.
This is what happens with the gay brain. The gay brain always has penis on its mind, even when they see kids.
No, that has nothing to do with it. I'm looking at your
You guys are all
PTR
pedophiles.
and what you're trying to convey.
JJ, Rich is correct. There's a strong statistical correlation between homosexual men and pedophilic crimes. Statistically significant. Many of you have never taken a stat class in undergrad, definitely not graduate school. But all I got to say is when Himothy says that John Kitover committed fraud, that's Himothy projecting his fraud onto candidate Kitover. And I am running for mayor. So go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. Don't vote for Alexis Giannopoulos. He's a fraudster. He's a criminal. He's committed $400 million in bank fraud, killed Katie and Chloe with illegal identification for illegal aliens that murdered young girls. John Kitover is trying to liberate the city of Chicago. But Booger King Himothy is fucking around with my campaign. Do you want a job in the campaign, Himothy?
in my campaign against Darren LaHood. Many of you witnessed Dr. Adams go above and beyond. JJ, mute your mic. All LGBTQIA plus in the new government will have to wait. You're lowest on the totem pole. All right, I am complete. You got this. Hello?
Kitover45.com. It says that your website is under maintenance.
I know it's under maintenance because Meta, aka Manus, migrated, and I had to back it up. Now I gotta re-upload my backup. Be patient now. The victory is coming.
Government fraud tonight, man. After tonight, I won't give a fuck about you. You're a fraud.
You projecting onto me again, Himothy. I'm gonna get my projection activation system and my projection mirror and hold it up to your booger face, and you can look at all the fraud and crimes you done committed in your life, Himothy. There's a lot of grace in this room because there's a lot of sinners in this room. So don't project your own fraud and crimes and jail time onto me. I've never been charged with a crime. I'm always above and beyond transparent. I live stream my whole life, for God's sakes. Every conversation, even with my mama. I'm a mama. You hear me, Himothy? I'm a mama.
Chicago blackface thing with his
racist people. It includes everybody. You said infinity.
That's not true.
Yeah, it does. Literally includes everybody. It includes Nazis.
Why is it rejected? Hold on. Why is it rejected by GLAAD and the human rights?
You just said that the plus in LGBTQ plus means infinity.
Yeah, infinity doesn't mean every fucking
everything.
thing. You know what
everything.
means?
Infinity means
That's not what infinity means.
Yes, it does. I just read.
You don't know what. So words have different meanings now. Should we talk about trans
a
people?
concept that describes something without any limit, bound, or end.
Yeah, something,
yes,
not everything. Retard.
It encompasses everything.
Retard.
Infinity encompasses
it literally
everything.
doesn't say everything.
Oh my God, you know there's different kinds of infinity.
That's not what the word means.
Yes,
so you're trying to project your own. You're trying to project your own
infinity
fantasies.
is a concept
your perverted fantasies about sex with children onto the LGBT movement, and it's not happening. Not on my watch.
You know what's so funny about this, Rich? Is that you're lying in a stretcher in a hospital projecting this whole conversation. So, Rich, are you actually gay on the inside?
No, JJ is like the stereotypical fucking leftist gay that I constructed in my subconscious
What?
mind.
Smart, intelligent,
No,
paid,
gays are not smart.
good looking. Like, what the fuck?
You guys are sodomites. You guys fuck each other.
Yeah, you can use that term if you
fuck
want
each other
to.
in the mouth.
It doesn't make us any less
That doesn't
amazing.
make you smart.
It does. No. What
No,
makes me smart is the fact that I'm well educated.
It makes you hedonistic.
Okay.
Hedonistic animals that can't control themselves.
We're gonna go to the topic. As you know, Dolly Parton is.
Thank God.
You say thank God? He's a
she was pro LGBT.
Oh my God.
Well, man.
You just said thank God she's dead, man.
I just have a quick question for Joe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Joe, are you there?
Yo.
Is that you and Ann's PTR?
Of course it is.
That's me in Ann's.
Oh, that's you in real life.
Yeah. I was just curious, man. I kind of figured, but I had to just ask to confirm.
Did our last name give it away?
Nah, it's like just look like the cartoon. Your PTR, you know,
the sunglasses. It was the sunglasses, wasn't it?
The sunglasses with the beard.
It's a caricature of me from social media that was drawn of from my previous platform.
Yeah.
Oh, so y'all know each other in real?
Let's get back on topic here. Matt said, let's talk about Dolly. And the fact is, Matt Cool accused me of not taking this room or this house seriously earlier with Edward and his incredible moderation and entertaining positive vibrations, quite frankly. And he put Pepe in his place today when he Tourette worded out and said the N-word. And so Dolly had great tits. She really did. And she was so hot when she was young. And her songs are very, mimetic and also hypnotic. We lost a great American treasure, and it was probably because of Dr. Fauci and Bill Gates. She probably died from the COVID-19 vaccine. She died from the COVID-19 vaccine. Everybody knows she took the new flu shot booster from Moderna. She took the Moderna flu shot booster against all her fans' advice. We kept messaging her on X, don't take the Moderna.
Oh. No, I can't say it.
We clearly can't have a room with those two here. What's that deal? What were you going to say?
Oh, I was going to tell Joe. Joe, I was very disappointed in your head shape because I was expecting something exciting like your PTR, and then it was just so symmetrical. And
The hell did you expect his head to be?
it did look like what his PTR was like.
That's wild, man.
I'm not used to being in the center of the room.
You gave yourself some hair, Joe. That's what it is.
Are you blushing, Joe?
My what?
Are you blushing over there being the center of the...
This is too much attention for a white man in the Trump room.
All right. Who wants to kick off their thoughts on Dolly Parton?
I do. So shout out to Dolly Parton. She was a national treasure, an American hero, and she supported the LGBT community as she should. So yeah, you know what? She had a lovely everything, not just her tits being gross and whatever. But she did have a nice physique, and more importantly, she had a nice heart and a nice soul. And she made awesome music, and also shout out to Whitney Houston as well, who blew up her song even more, with I Will Always Love You. So R.I.P. to her as well. But I can't even believe that she's gone. She was just such a light, and she's one of those people that, whatever side of the political aisle you're on, or whoever you were, she was like, she just brought joy to everybody. So I can't even believe that she's gone. I had to do like a double, triple take when I saw this. But R.I.P. Rest forever. And
it's interesting. It's one of the few people where you don't have like everybody's kind of like on board. You know what I mean? It's like not one side like ripping her down or whatever. So it's kind of different. You never see that often. I mean, it just goes to show just what an icon she ended up being. And people go, well, what is like the American culture? What is America? Like, it's kind of like Dolly Parton at the end of the day in a lot of ways, from her humble upbringing, and then to where she all the stuff that she did, like JJ was mentioning. So I don't know. It's pretty interesting to read up on her. It's been a while since I had, so. Beeman, what are your thoughts? You guys are criticize. It's just good.
My true thoughts, and I'm happy to hear what JJ said, because I wanted to get. I wasn't too particular. I didn't know that much about Dolly. I remember this one interview, and I just found a little piece of it. If you guys want me to play it, I could play it. But I always like just this little piece of the interview. But besides that, I was always intrigued by how she just didn't seem to age. And so then, this is my real raw thoughts, real time. Forgive me, this is just the truth. And so today when she had passed, or when I found out, I was thinking like, I wonder how old she was. Like, how old was she really? Was she like 105? Because I mean, she just didn't seem to age. And I don't know. And then I found out that she was only 80. And I was just like, my goodness. It's like my Grammy made it past Dolly Parton. And I was just thinking like, my goodness. I thought about Miley Cyrus. And
I thought that was her godmother this whole time. That was weird. I didn't know that.
Yeah. And she would refer to herself as her fairy godmother. And I thought that was really sweet. And they had a lot of, so I wonder about that. And then, I was just surprised that she was 80. And that's pretty much
Because she has such a youthful vibe, right? She has such a youthful vibe and a youthful spirit. And I wanted to read a couple of her really awesome, my favorite quotes. She said, I quote, "I know who I am, and I don't try to be anybody else." She, of course, everybody, well, usually a lot of people know it costs a lot of money to look this cheap. It's hard to be a diamond in a rhinestone world. And my favorite one, the way I see it, if you want the rainbow, you got to put up with the rain. Shout out to her for being a light and a supporter of my community and a beacon of hope for so many people, you know. So, we love you, Dolly. Rest in paradise.
Sure. Joby, do you have any thoughts on her or no?
I was dozing.
You were falling asleep.
Yes, sir. I have some thoughts.
Yeah, go for it, Athena. Yeah.
Yeah. Last year, her husband passed away, and when I saw that, I was really bummed. That was kind of like a big part about her is that she had this husband that she was really in love with, and now that she's passed away, I kind of feel like it was like a broken heart thing. Like, when you're in love with somebody and then you lose them, and you just slowly.
She did stand by her man. Oh, not surprised.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like it was that.
Mastery of step 3 is what step 4 is. Might seem strange that step 4 would just be really good at step 3, but step 5 is you step back into contrast, but you're not mad at yourself because you now understand the glorious, delicious.
They're going out tomorrow, man. So that's how y'all know if you want.
What? And she extremely talented. She was a singer-songwriter. And to reach that level and be a songwriter is rare, you know? A lot of the musicians that are very, very successful, they tend to buy a lot of their songs. And she was that unique talent that could write her own music and perform it. And hats off to her for a lot of wonderful years. And if anyone isn't aware, 10 years ago, maybe 11 years ago, she did a time capsule at one of her resorts when they first built it, that by the year of 2045, a song that she wrote will be released. And she'll be in or around at that time. It would be her 100th birthday. And it'll also be the 30th year of the resort where they left the time capsule. So she left us one more gift of a song to hear. But we'll have to wait for 20 more years to hear it.
Oh, wow. Thanks for sharing that.
Isn't that cool, Bima? Yeah. She planned it all out for that event, for that to happen. That's like a pretty cool thing, I think. I didn't know that Elvis Presley, I don't know if you guys caught that he wanted to buy, I don't know if it was all of her publishing, half of her publishings, or one of the songs that she did. I don't know if, and she said no to Elvis Presley. It's kind of a weird kind of little factoid. Who says no to Elvis Presley? It's kind of strange, but it makes sense because that's the way she is. I mean, she obviously had a very strong business sense, and then she went on to do all this, philanthropic work, and I didn't even know about all the stuff that she did in terms of that respect. So, and you probably all know that the song that Whitney Houston saying, she got the right or the money from that, the residuals, a lot of it, she put it back into the black community. So there's like a lot of stuff going on. And I gotta ask what you think. You're up here.
Oh, well, I think Joe said it best. She's an icon, and I like the fact that she worked her entire career in Hollywood, and you never heard her talk poor or badly about anybody. Her faith is with God, and no one ever spoke bad about her. And that says something. Like, everyone's got enemies, right? But I don't know of anybody that didn't like Dolly Parton. And one of my favorite movies of all time was Steel Magnolias. I really, really loved that movie. Growing up, I loved that.
It's a great movie. It's a really good movie.
You guys know how many siblings she had?
11. I was just looking that up. That shit is wild.
Wait, she had 11 brothers and sisters? I didn't know that.
11.
Holy shit.
She had 8 that were younger than her. So she was one of the first born. What is it? Would be 2 or 3 then, right? I'd have been third born.
Mm-hmm. I also love that she was respectful of my queen, the one and only Mariah Carey. And like in 2002, she said, when an interviewer suggested that she might be a new contender for the Queen of Christmas, she said, "I'm not going to compete with Mariah. You think of Christmas, you think of Mariah. I'm happy to be second in line to her." She was also Miley Cyrus's godmother, honorary.
Well, I just want to talk about your room title. Can you hear me?
Yeah, let me change this room title. It's pretty good.
Well, I would say that Clown House, it's always clickbait and opposite titles. So women actually lie, and men, use baby wipes. Oh, you think George Bush was a G? Yeah, I mean. Yeah, I'm about him. I like women on top. That's what I like. I like a rider.
What do you think about George Bush?
There's 2 ways to look at it. I would tend to say that I think, it's just like he went straight into the fray, as opposed to like. Yeah, but I mean, 20,000 Americans died, and 200,000 are seriously injured as a result of his vision. Yeah, I get it, but I'm just telling you that, like, when you look at the Civil War or your major European wars, when they would line up, and go into battle because of honor, virtue, and manliness, and they would just die by the hundreds of thousands and millions. Like, as a soldier, you gotta say, like, General, I think maybe we should do a counter-offensive flank and do it, in the silence of night, and like a guerrilla ninja. Like, I think we got a better chance of winning the war by not dying, General. So I'm just saying that. My point is, George Bush wasted a lot of money, which, you could say it's like the greatest scam of all time. Well, it's part of it, but the other part is the safety mechanism known as the Federal Reserve, which is the bank and the house of all. So can Muammar Gaddafi buy Bitcoin? Can Muammar Gaddafi buy Bitcoin? No, because Hillary Clinton stuck a fucking pole up his ass. I mean, you think George Bush is a G? Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton and Michelle and Michael Obama are the real G's that carried out George Bush's.
Bro, I still got one of your fucking tickets, bro. I gotta go to fucking goddamn post-hour shit. I never actually catch it.
Here are the facts, right? So yes, like Biden deserves full 100 out of 100 for what he did to Sudan. Okay, it was Obama. Hillary was his deputy who took care of Libya. Obama took care of Syria. Okay, Obama he had Yemen to his credit. Obama, man. Like Obama did some good work in he did some good work in Pakistan too with the drone strikes. But hear me out. All these presidents, they built upon the foundational framework that was put forth in place by George Bush Jr. Without George Bush Jr.'s foundational work, none of these presidents, they were basically standing on the shoulder of a giant. Right? You know, George Bush even took care of Lebanon. We didn't hear much about it at the time. George Bush cleaned up Lebanon. Okay, he cleaned that country up. And it was through George Bush's intimidation tactics. The U.S. would say, Saudi Arabia, jump. Saudi Arabia would say, yes, sir, how high? Subservient to American military. You know, the U.S. said it can also base in Qatar, in Kuwait, in UAE. Okay, and import liquor and pork for our soldiers. Our soldiers are going to have liquor and pork on those bases. All the countries, Kuwait said yes, sir. Qatar said yes, sir. Saudi said yes, sir. UAE said yes, sir.
This fucking kid.
They didn't object to any pork or liquor for the U.S. soldiers. Okay. They didn't buy weapons from Russia. If not for George Bush, they would be buying the Russian weapons, which are superior quality. They're not doing it because George Bush intimidated the fuck out of them.
Yeah, but that relationship goes all the way back to the grandparents, and the king is still alive. So it goes back because of the Aramco deal. And do you know what the market cap of Aramco is right now?
Which king?
The guy in the desert.
I mean, okay, which king?
Is it Faisal? But Saudi Aramco is worth $2 trillion. And that business deal, the Bushes and British companies, you know, all the original infrastructure.
Michael, what's his name? Michael fucking, what's his name? Mike, the fucking fat mission guy.
I don't know. Amin Nasser is the CEO of Aramco, which is a $2 trillion corporation. That's a big business. Two in the chest, one in the head. That's the way you do it. I don't trade in the markets anymore.
Michael Moore, bro. You watch too much Michael Moore.
You think I watch too much Michael Moore?
I think so.
No way, dude. He was right though when he said that Donald Trump would get elected because it's a fuck you to the establishment. Hello? I'm just being facetious. No, I mean, I like Hodel. I know the speaker. He's very funny. Very, very funny. I mean, your hadith readings of the Bukhari and the this and that, like, that shit is gold. Gold content. It's very funny because, you know what I think it is, though? I think it's like the gossip magazine of, like, their early... It's basically like Scandal Mag shit that they would put out, but it was accurate, you know? And so, but they were still giggling and reading it, you know, and legitimizing their behavior. So George Bush, you know, do you know when Trump goes to Saudi Arabia, do you know they put a Freemasonic necklace around his, you know, lapel? Like he wears a Masonic Lodge necklace in Saudi Arabia.
George Bush never mentioned absent policy once. He just bombed them.
Well, just because George Bush wasn't in the Epstein files doesn't mean that he wasn't well aware of what the Israelis and Epstein and Clinton. Because who do you think Clinton answers to? George Bush Sr., head of the CIA. All roads lead back to George Bush. He is the prima causa of JFK's assassination. All of this deals with JFK's assassination.
You know George Bush was part of the skeleton?
Yeah, he's a skull and bonesman. He's a skull and bonesman.
Skull and bones, bro. Rudra, you gotta Google that shit.
Hello?
Trust me.
Yeah, they're all skull and bonesmen. They organize assassinations. They run businesses. They own islands. They have hundreds of billions in assets. And people
who's in there.
And people get out.
You know what?
There are people.
Let me talk to Bindu.
Dindu. Dari mani bos banchot sortinas hoge kute. Bindu. Hi Bindu. What you going to do, Banchot? What you going to do, tough guy? Why did you come in my house and kick my dog? You know damn right. You know damn right. You know damn right. Let me get the door for you, Bindu. Yes, I am gay. I am retarded. I am bald. My testicles are shriveled. I have to take gas station Go ahead, Bindu G.
What's up, Bindu? How are you?
At least horrible is actually a nice guy. He's actually really nice. You're the soul of New York. Yeah. So we're discussing George W. Bush with his missionary concept.
I cannot compete you till we talks about you in his sleep, and there's nothing I can do.
Hano, can you just have to give me
Do your thing. We're just talking about George Bush. His contributions to America as a president. He would always put on this demeanor that he's clueless. He doesn't know what's going on. But in reality, he was an extremely brilliant guy. Right? He was a Yale undergrad. He was a Harvard MBA. Okay, he was academically gifted, and he had a strategic vision for the United States, which was not a short-term vision. He was the one president who had a foreign policy which was not a short-term foreign policy. He wanted to China doesn't have that trump card anymore. The U.S. has all the rare earths it needs in Afghanistan itself. Okay, George Bush was taking free oil from Iraq. They were filling.
You believe that just because you went and looked it up, that you understand, and I want to make sure you understand. For me, a subset
does have a debt problem. Most of the gold doesn't exist. So there has to be times when America needs to these banks have lost so much money shorting the gold over the years. They have to have some physical supply to compensate.
The silence of the mind, in every place when they cause my name to be remembered.
Iraq had a lot
will come to you.
Not like Venezuela has some
and
gold.
bless you.
Not like Iraq. Iraq had massive treasure trove of gold. By taking the free oil from Iraq and taking nominal rates of oil from Iran, what George Bush ensured,
the source of substance is one.
you have to remember the economy was good. Inflation was
Do
low.
not make
Businesses
prayer
were prospering.
mechanical.
Businesses were expanding.
Let it be a cry for
It
praise
was a
and
very
love.
prosperous period for the United States.
If love replaces fear,
I mean, just to push back a little bit, was not like
give what is just, because it is just. Shimon ben Gamliel said, I grew up among the sages. All my life.
George Bush Jr. wanted to, like the so-called war on terror.
And don't forget, Dick Cheney is such a huge historical role in that administration that to think it's just George Bush the G, no way. Like, it's Cheney and it's Rumsfeld.
Cheney was elected.
You're from Chicago. You look like a fucking.
Come on, so he made a point. He made a good point. What's going on in the streets?
So you got like manual type shit. Like I don't even fucking think it. Like you guys got like fucked up shit. Why are you imposing yourself on like Kitover, America?
Exactly.
Well, you know, I don't know if you guys know that drama making is like one of the pillars of art creation. And all I got to say is George Bush.
You walk the street without getting shot, and you're the joke of a city. I drop a nuke on your city, by the way.
You would drop a nuclear weapon on Chicago? Oh, I would.
Yeah.
I would pray for the day you come here and have some of our Indian food and fart and smell your own farts. Then you'd be like, oh, I nuked the city with my fucking bunchod farts from fucking Little India, a buffet. Listen, my friends, I have met George W. Bush in the flesh.
They're not N-words.
I have actually met Bush because I went to a pivotal college, a war college, where George Bush came to our college, and guess what he told us? He was withdrawing us from the Russian nuclear missile treaty and developing satellites to engage in space warfare against the Russians. And we were all like, hooah! America! Fuck yeah! 20 years ago, we started investing in outer ship satellite war technology to defeat the Russians because we knew the Russians were up to no good. And for 20 years, we have worked to overturn the Russian government secretly. What did you find in the south side of Chicago? I know there's lots of black people there. Look, we got a black man in the audience. We've got a Jewish black man in the audience. Come on up, black rabbi. Tell these Hindu bancho dindus why they're such sultinas ho gya kuttes, such banchols and sultinas ho gyas.
Thank you.
System in which people do not have moments of severe autism that you just demonstrated.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother.
Shalom, brother.
Shalom. Horrible actually should not have that name because he's a good man. Chicago's a good town.
Chicago.
No, Rudra. Telling you.
Yeah.
You gotta stay away from Chicago. They are demons. Yeah. That is a demon city. I'll tell you the demon cities.
Chicago's
No.
a demon city.
Okay.
I was born Muslim. I
Then why
consider
are you
myself.
saying alone?
I'm saying hi to him.
Shalom
in
to,
his- in his-
Okay.
Shalom to black, the black rabbi.
Yeah.
the black Israelite there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure thing.
But you're
Sure
a
thing,
reasonable
man.
guy, man.
The rabbi that don't speak Hebrew.
it's like yeah.
No, you're a reasonable guy, bro. I'm like trying to multitask, bro. Anyways, yeah, like, well, like, yeah. So, like, anyways, so like,
You know this title's like problematic. Like you're gonna get.
bro, that's how we get room, people, like, in this, right? So, like, you have like
As long as
bit
you know.
controversial, but like people come.
I bet.
Like, if you have like a nice title, like everybody's good, everybody's gonna come over here. All right, a little bit of controversy does you some good. Don't worry about it. Let the Hindus do the thing.
Oh man, I got into a huge Hindu battle with like these pro Hindu guys.
Yeah.
Man, that was bad.
What happened?
We'll have to break out this. That's for sure. My PTR, I broke that out.
Careful. But go ahead.
I broke that out, and then they sort of explained to me the lore behind this thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, cool, whatever. I still don't think they should build. This is apparently a half monkey, half human god, or they call them Devis or something like that.
Listen. Okay, calm the fuck down. So in our itihasas, there's something called Hanuman. Where's the purpose of Hanuman? Is that God can
Hanuman is this guy.
Hanuman can go.
There's no half human. There's no half human.
It doesn't. God can manifest Himself in even the most unusual form.
So you're a monotheist. You only believe in Brahma, and Brahma is like everything or something. Like I don't get it.
Listen, I'm not a
Because Brahma's only role was creation. Beyond that, he has no role. As far as his role was creation.
100%.
Okay, he birthed what were known as the great rishis, the 7 great rishis, the Sapta rishis. Right? He was born. The 7 rishis who brought the divine knowledge to mankind were birthed from him. Right? Brahma is universal creation, so he's all-knowing. He knows everything about the universe. He's knowledge. Brahma is knowledge.
Listen,
he's all-knowing? Would you say he's all-powerful?
Listen, Hado, this is why I preach Vedanta to these Malaysia, because when they
what does that mean in your language?
Have you heard of the Big Bang? Have you heard of the Big Bang?
I'm not going to say unless I have permission from my brothers.
This guy was like,
the
I
Hindu
don't want you to
version of a
talk to me.
kafir?
Hey, Rudy, I don't want you to talk too much because this thing is being streamed on YouTube because of this faggot in the audience. Okay, Rudy?
Okay.
You got me? Who's autistic now?
Listen, all I said was this. I love Hinduism, but I don't need to know about the lore and all this sort of stuff. And they've been harassing me. I just don't want to be around that sort of environment. I'm in a lot of machine learning Discord rooms with some of the smartest Indians, primarily South Indians, that don't, expel their ideology on me all the time.
Smartest of Bengali. Bengalis are like one of the smartest people you could ever meet.
I am literally about to marry a Bengali, by the way.
So Bengalis are like, USB.
Is she from Dhaka?
Yeah, she actually was born there 7 years.
Hey brother, আপনাদের কি খবর? আপনারা কি বাংলা বলতে পারেন?
সবাই বলে বাংলা এখানে। কিন্তু this is the English room.
Yeah, English only. No tribal languages here.
Hello, Bangladesh मतलब. तो जिससे हमारे जो मलेशिया के साथ तो हमारी जो भाषा है उस हिसाब से बोलना, तो ये हमारे पास जो है एक भाई है.
Go hey HAI. That means
What in Hindu?
समझे भाई अमित भाई एकदम सोच समझ से चलना है अभी एकदम सोच समझ से इसके
So
साथ
Bindi, welcome back. Can you explain what you think George Bush? Who was he? Why was he?
Hello. I'm not aware of the person. I'm from India. And whatever that HOD explained earlier, I'm not aware.
हम Haro, Labubu और हम so growl with हिंदू जो आदमी जो होता है आपकी सुरक्षा हमारे धर्म है
My baby mom, before she was converted.
I'm about to boom this room. Like, you're pissing me off. I told you, don't act like an Abrahamic. That's Abrahamic. Look, Abrahamics act this way. Religion, pushing their religion onto other people. That's how Abrahamics act. I told you, stop it then.
Okay, excuse me, my PTR. Do you not think that's pushing your religion? You build a fucking huge statue in the middle.
Not. Okay, then don't go there. Don't go to the statue. That's not pushing your religion. That's not meant for you.
It's in the middle of the goddamn street, brother.
Go fucking put on some visors. Do you think your Dhaka fiance doesn't push her religion? They fucking rape Christian girls in our country. Christian girls can't go to school in our country because they rape the shit out of them. Okay? Your Dhaka girlfriend's not going to tell you this. Your fiance is not going to tell you.
I'm pretty sure I know stories. And by the way, she went to Christian post-secondary and Christian high school.
What the fuck do we care, dude? You're coming up here and trying to shit talk Indians. Go the fuck back to Europe, dude. Why did you Holocaust thing?
Yeah, I just saw.
I love that we're not fighting today, Abby, by the way.
No,
nice.
It's nice. On Saturday night, I saw Boys to Men.
I love
it. They played in Vegas, and they did some of their music videos. And I didn't realize she was in the music video with them.
Mariah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
They did this
beautiful song.
They did that. So the funny thing with they were both writing separate songs, and then I guess their management got them together, and they decided to bridge those songs together and make One Sweet Day, and that ended up being one of Mariah's 19 #1 Billboard Top 100 hits.
It was beautiful. The video of it, the energy that you saw between them was great. And I mean, they still sound, if you ever get to see them, if they come into your town, it's a great show.
She got robbed at the Grammys that year, though. So ridiculous.
Did she? But she ultimately won a Grammy, no?
Yeah, she won 5 Grammys. Tell me, how we live in a world where she's literally the best-selling female artist of all time, and she has 5 Grammys, and Beyonce has like 25 or something, like the most female in history? Like, make that make sense.
Yeah, those two they don't compare.
But Angel, remember when she did the song with Whitney? Like, that was her the only time, actually, like, fun fact, as a Mariah stan, as a lamb, Whitney Houston was the only female solo artist that she ever recorded a duet with. Isn't that something?
People don't know Whitney was so versatile.
Yeah.
I mean, Whitney, when she was in her sobriety, she was phenomenal.
Yeah.
The rooms that she sat in and the things that people had planned for her voice, boy, I really wish that was a possibility for her, because one thing I'm telling you, she would outshine Beyonce today. She was still.
Oh yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
Because she had such a natural ability, and she had such a pure tone and the soul and
cadence in
kind of
her
like
vocals. It was the cadence in her vocals. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like it soothed you, and you fell in love, like I can't.
What's your favorite Whitney song?
Of course, I Will Always Love You.
Yeah, I used to sing that actually. I Will Always Love You.
Yes.
I think it's
But,
great that Mariah Carey's like top song is the Christmas song.
It's
for her.
that's her. That's her spirit for real. Because she's just.
I know.
I love that about her.
Yeah.
And it's her. Well, I guess probably will be her last number one, which is kind of wild. And it's such a full circle moment because she literally came out with the song like 25 years ago. But what you call it? Damn it! What was I gonna say? Oh, I was just listening to "I'm Your Baby Tonight" yesterday, like going off on that.
Yeah. That's I love that video too.
And the way that I remember she like came in the studio and just banged that out like real quick.
Real quick.
Because she had dinner reservations or something, and she just killed that.
Right, but that was her. But that was her though, because she can open up her mouth, and she didn't need preparation for her vocals to be ready. That was the thing about Whitney, is that she can be put even those hard days, those hard times watching her.
Ooh.
Battle
her.
Oh.
Christina.
Oh my God.
I know those big Bobby.
Her and who's the other one? Amy. Those two, watching them in the depths of their addiction, but still coming out to perform. There's something about that there. There's something that just really speaks about the artist, like the soul behind the artist. I mean, and I I know that's what is a show they call the soul behind. What's that show called on BET? That's where I watched it.
Behind the Train? No.
Behind the music, yes.
Okay.
Yes. I love how they captured the soul behind the artist,
Yeah. They did some really good
job with that one. Yep. Yeah.
I just remember, it's so sad though, because when I think about her, I remember her performing for Michael Jackson.
Oh, don't break my heart.
I know, and it's like she looked like a skeleton.
That's the one I'm talking about. That breaks my heart every time. Oh, because it was Michael.
Oh.
It was Michael. I mean,
it was Michael. I know, right?
Michael, the irony of it all.
I know. But I will say this: her last album, I really did like "I Look to You," but that's where you notice her voice change so much. It's kind of funny because I feel like I kind of feel the same way with Mariah now. I mean, obviously for different reasons. But I noticed like with her latest album is still a slap. It's still banging. But this is the first album from Mariah that I've noticed a significant vocal change. But she still sounds amazing. But I hear it, and I think that was it with Whitney. But even then, in that last album, I loved freaking her single $1 Million Bill. I love that. Mm-hmm. She still killed it. Like she sounded different. She didn't sound like classic Whitney, but she still killed it. She was still powerful, and she still did her thing. Oh, I think my favorite one though. I mean, besides "I Will Always Love You" and I'm Your Baby Tonight, and I also because I'm Every Woman. I'm Every Woman. I think I have to give that one. That one I think before, because that one, when I'm feeling, my feminine, like
when you're feeling like you want to be a woman but you can't.
Yes, when I'm feeling my transness. No, but it just brings me all the joy, and just to have, and then she got the what is it, like the approval from Shaka, and then had her in the video, and then I knew a friend of mine, a singer friend of mine, who passed, but young, and that was a song that she used to sing, and we used to sing together, and it was just it was very, I don't know.
Whatchamacallit?
Oh, and how can we forget It's Not Right, But It's Okay. I still quote that song.
Oh, that's fun. Mm-hmm.
It's like Friday night, you and your boys went out to eat.
Whitney was very iconic. It's sad that she went out too soon in the way that she did.
And her daughter.
It's even more crazy that her daughter died.
Yeah, I was gonna say her daughter.
That haunts me. It really does. Their whole family thing haunts me.
And Bobby Brown's still alive. Like all the, it's like really. Can we trade?
You know, sometimes God has a way of showing you the guilty without saying a word. That's my own opinion. You know who else I was going to mention? Tammy Wynette.
Oh, who's that?
Another country singer. You don't know her?
No. I will say I'm not the biggest. Like, I know about 5 country singers.
You know,
well, I mean, if you count,
I love her.
Harry Underwood. Huh?
Reba McEntire, you know Reba?
Yeah. Oh, I used to watch the Reba show and sing that.
So she's like a peer to Dolly and Tammy.
Tammy Wynette's fabulous.
Yeah, I mean, Abby, come on now.
She's
okay?
fabulous.
Oh, gosh.
I always joke that, like, when I see people with big hair, you know, that they have that her look.
And it was so their aesthetic back then, you know? It was just what women did. It was just how you dolled yourself up. Like, I literally think, like,
that was the look. I was a Patsy Cline fan. Love Patsy Cline. That was earlier.
That was a way back. Oh, I'm so sad about Dolly.
And yes, Darren, I know Billy.
No one's brought up Tanya Tucker.
Joe! Oh, she's amazing too, honey.
Oh, and Leanne Rimes. I love Leanne Rimes.
I wasn't never really a big fan, but she's all right. Yeah.
Well, that song, the song that she did, that apparently she was like 15 or something crazy young when she sang it. And I was just watching like that story because it was like a whole back side to that song. Because then her and this other singer released that at the same time, and then it was up for like the same award. It was crazy.
Does anyone else agree that the country music that's being played today is just not the same? It's just, I mean,
it's not like the old hee-haw music. I mean, it's definitely different.
Come on,
but
Brooks.
Yeah, I mean, he plays in Vegas a lot, and he's good. But it's different. It's not. It's more like I don't know if I'm going to see. Who do I have coming up next week? Darius Rucker is going to be in an outdoor concert. I think it's evolved. It's a little less country, a little more pop. Unless you hear somewhat like a real super traditional one. And there's not that many.
Come on, we used to. The devil went down to Georgia. Used to come on the radio. Man, turn that bitch up and just go at it. The whole point was just to keep up with the pace of the song, you know, like every Garth Brooks song was a hit. Every single Garth Brooks song was a hit. Every single last one.
Someone's gone fishing on the
Yeah.
other
I'll put a link in the chat.
fishing on the other side or something.
There's this the last YouTube link I just posted down there, what is called is Smashed Together. And it shows that there's a formula that was decided in or around 20 years ago of what makes a country hit. And that a lot of the songs are the same songs, just interchanged with the choruses and stuff like that. And you'll see they can smash together 7 different modern country songs. And they all are the same song. These are like top hits at the time. So it was a formula that they've been using. And yes, it's not a, it's not a conspiracy. It's true that modern country clearly was just shoved down our throats.
Very much so. Alan Jackson, he had some good stuff. Who's the girl? Shania Twain. Remember how fire she was? I mean, good looking, just bubbly, and just had good spirit.
I love Shania, and and I love her even more when I saw her on Drag Race. Shania. But she had a beautiful name. Like that name, I feel it kind of reminds me of Mariah. Like Shania, Mariah. Like I love like just sonically pleasing names too.
I like Chris Stapleton.
Yes.
I wish I would have grown up on more like different, because I grew up, we didn't listen to like country or really anything like besides I think pop kind of, but we were very much, Black music household.
Heath was big too. Tim McGraw. Oh my God,
Tim McGraw was great.
So fine.
I saw him at the Phillies baseball game. It was the 2008 game. His father, Tug, had played the 1980 World Series, and he came back and was a Phillies fan, and he sang. That year, Taylor Swift sang Star Spangled Banner, and he sang America the Beautiful. It was pretty wild. But
what about Keith? Eric, what's his name? Eric, they call him the Chief. Eric Church. Eric Church was good.
I didn't hear him. I heard those two. But, that was just one of the games. His father was just
good.
Tug McGraw was just so incredible ball player. It was cool to see him there.
But it's different now. I'm not saying I can't get down with it, but it's just too poppy for me. It's almost like it's formatting into like so far away from country.
Starting to come back, but we got to.
I agree. Well, everybody's into line dancing now, as a whole swag. And the whole country boots, the cowboy boots and country vibe, is a...
Okay, I gotta ask you this, Angel, because what do you think about Beyonce doing Cowboy Carter and kind of breaking into the country world?
Yeah, see, I don't... No shade on Beyonce, no shade whatsoever.
On Beyonce.
She is full to the bone, from Texas, and I get it. I honestly get it, but it's not her, and I think because country is so heavy in Texas the way it is, and she's originally from there, and she has been able to receive the acknowledgement that she has in the music industry, I think, in my opinion, she just feels like she can make space there for her, but I don't think she fits. It just doesn't, country just doesn't, when I think of Beyonce, I don't think of country, and I don't think that she can ever really pull something that genuinely says this is American country. Do you know what I mean? Because when I think of country, I think of American music. We just named a whole bunch of...
It's like when Taylor Swift tried to do country.
Girl, thank you. That's a perfect way of saying it. She should have just stayed in her poppy lane. Just stay over there. But now the way that we're seeing country, right? Now this kind of little remix that they got going on country, I think Beyonce can fit here, but she's never gonna have that she's never...
I don't think Beyonce's ever going to produce something that says, yeah, that's American country. Do you know what I mean? It's going to be
here's my thoughts on
made
it.
up version of freaking whatever she wants to call country.
I think I actually agree with that, but I think a couple of things. One, I think that she did it as kind of like a fuck you to the country world, because there was like a year when she was supposed to perform, when she had performed at like country music awards, and she got a lot of backlash, and she wasn't really welcome.
They told her to get the fuck out of here. And
yeah. and mind you, she's her. So I thought she was already a superstar, and I just think she was just like, oh really?
They
and
thought,
I think she wanted to
that
prove.
they were just going to open arm her because she has the status quo that she does. But the reality is that Miss B, you don't fit in this lane. Just because you're from Texas and just because you can put on the aesthetic, there's nothing about Beyonce that says true American country.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's going to be interesting though, because she was
a gimmick.
Oh, Rich is back.
I just said it's a gimmick. I live in Texas. Nobody considers her country songs to be country.
Well, never.
No self-respecting person listens to country music unless they're like some fucking airhead, vapid fucking, schoolgirl type that listens to Beyonce in the first place. That's the only people who want to listen to her country songs.
Yeah, but I think it was like more important to kind of prove the point and to open the conversation, and I think now she's actually highlighted like black, like actual like black African American like country singers.
Yeah, but like nobody accepts like that gay black guy either. Like that's pop music.
Oh God.
I mean, he dressed up in a cowboy outfit and he rides a horse and goes, going downtown, riding my horse, What was his name?
What are you talking about? Lil Nas X?
Yeah, the little faggot kid, yeah.
Oh my God! Shut up!
The one that dressed up. The one that dressed up as Satan. Yeah, that one.
Well, he did that to fuck you for all of the the evangelical fake ass religious people.
Nobody who listens to country music listens to his shit. Just pop
music.
Well,
he made a whole lot of money. Got a #1 hit off of it.
Yeah, he's a one-hit wonder. I agree.
Well, he's still out doing his thing.
Like that Weekend guy. Like, when's the last time he's put out an album?
Yeah, he got into some. He got into some shit. I think he pissed off some of the.
Wait, did he get into the Plus stuff? What did he get into?
No, I don't think it was that. I think he pissed off the Illuminati though, because he got into some shit with the Grammys, and no, for real, because he had the biggest song. He's actually like the biggest song on Spotify or something with the lights something song.
Yeah, but everybody knew when those guys did their songs that they were just gonna be one-hit wonders. Like nobody looked at them and wow, these guys I bet are gonna have like 30 albums.
No, but you don't. Well, I mean, 30 albums. There's very few artists.
No, I'm just saying, like nobody thought they were gonna go down as like legends of music and like anybody's gonna talk about them other than they're gonna be on the jukebox like 10 years from now type shit where you're like, oh yeah, that's that song I remember when like I was in high school or college. Like
well, to be fair,
that one-hit wonder guy.
There's not that many artists like days that are like major super. I think that the age of like the super duper stars.
Boosie,
Lord.
2 Chainz, Waka Flocka.
Don't listen to this. Hold on. Waka Flocka. Don't be shitting on Waka Flocka because he's one of the conservatives now. So
2 Chainz started in like 2004.
A lot of those rappers are conservative.
Started in like 2008. It's only been 18 years of like #1 songs nonstop.
A lot of those rappers are conservative.
But I'm still waiting on Young Dolph's new album to drop so I can buy it.
Oh gosh. You are a mess, Rich.
Play with your bitch.
Oh my God. What you call it? What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Like we're over the age of I think super duper stars. I just think, like
I just named like 4 of them.
Those are not super.
Future?
Future's not a
Future's not a superstar.
No.
Okay.
Can I
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Wouldn't you count Taylor Swift as a superstar right now? Like, I mean, she literally had people mortgaging houses to go to a concert.
Yeah, I think she's probably the last one, because I remember when they were comparing her
Carpenter's
to
hot.
So yeah, oh my gosh.
I
She
want to
would
say
never
something that's going to
give
be
you this other
controversial.
Go ahead, Angel.
Okay, all right. So here it goes.
A good clean white woman.
All right,
Not
so
white.
Sabrina Carpenter.
all right. So
Yeah,
as
I
we were
knew
talking
she
about
wasn't
Beyonce,
white. She's black. Go ahead, Dave.
as we were talking about Beyonce, I realized something. Beyonce she has to be heavily jealous of Miki Guyton. She is a black female in country music who's doing country music the way country music is supposed to be done. She is not trying to come in with this whole new, revamping the industry, in and around country music. She's not trying to, bring pop into it. She actually is, you ever see her videos? They're just like, the old school country music songs, like the ones that used to play on CMT. And I'm just like, I love her genuinely. I think she has a country music spirit, and I honestly think that Beyonce she's probably jealous of her and thought that she could just come up into the whole country, and be accepted, country music industry, and be accepted like how.
Angel, I don't even think it was that. I think it was more of the fact that Beyonce is a petty bitch. And listen, I have a lot of qualms with Beyonce, but I actually kind of like that when it benefits, other people, because she was just basically like, y'all gave me the middle finger, at the CMT Awards. Y'all haven't welcomed me here. I'm a fucking superstar, and regardless of what you think about her, she just is. She's incredibly talented.
But they're not doing this. But they're not doing this to Miki. Is my point.
Yeah, because she's genuine,
right?
Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. Beyonce tried to come up in there with Beyonce versus trying to fit herself into the country music industry, because that is I just want to say this, and I don't know if a lot of people know this, but the country music industry is completely separate from all the other music industries. From all the other music industries, from pop, from rap, from pop and rap can kind of go, a little bit side by side with each other. There's a lot of overlay there. The country music has never done that until recently. So for someone like Miki, being as young and fresh and vibrant as she is, and she's she's young to still be able to sing her songs.
She's 43, so.
Well, I mean.
But I mean, she has that spirit, and
she does, and she's so true. I think when I hear her songs, I'm like, yes, this is still American country.
But I'll tell you what I didn't like, though. What I didn't like, though, was when all of this controversy was going on, it got made into a racial issue. And people were there was a lot of people saying that, oh, well,
Wait, don't you make everything a racial issue?
No, I make it a gay issue, as I should.
No, you make a racial issue every time you turn around.
No, well, if you're gonna be calling people like N-words, come on.
No,
crazy.
just like a guy who's completely in the fucking wrong, doing something that's abhorrent and atrocious, and you're like, your only guys are saying that because he's black, if he was white, it would be different, it's systemic racism.
Well, there's a lot of precedent for that.
Like when Carmelo Anthony, the animal stabbed Austin.
No, well, let's not do Carmelo
Anthony. It was a black issue, and there wasn't enough black jurors, even though they were excused, the two of them. So one was excused because they said they couldn't be unbiased. The other two was because they were part of the school board which was kind of included.
Doesn't matter. It was a racial situation, and the boy that was killed
and Metcalf
was a
lost
racist.
Carmelo lost his retrial, and now he's going to prison to be the big booty bandit and get fucked in the ass.
Oh my god! So now we're advocating for rape. This is so.
No, he deserves it. So
he deserves it. No,
yes,
the guy deserved to be killed.
I mean, he's an animal. He stabbed somebody in the fucking heart. For
he deserved to be stabbed. So
he deserves to be anally raped and penetrated and sodomized.
Well,
God have mercy.
Yeah.
JJ, let me ask you a question. If somebody raped a kid, should they get anally penetrated in prison?
Oh my God! Nobody should get anally penetrated without consent. Like, what are we talking about?
No, I just can't. As he's saying this, and then I'm looking at his PTR. It's giving. It's
cringe, right?
It's a snake.
Fucking cat. No.
And it's giving that this is what's on your mind.
Should chomos be raped in prison?
Nobody should be raped in prison. Like, what are we talking about?
Men who molest children, you're saying shouldn't be raped.
Why?
They should be executed.
No.
It just should be.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the execution.
Right? Why would we?
But if they're not going to be executed, they should be fucking raped in prison.
I just don't know why we're hyper fixated on this.
Let me ask you a question, JJ.
Were you raped as a child?
Hold on, no, I wasn't raped. I wasn't molested.
Okay.
Perfectly normal childhood. So, but I find it egregious and fucking disgusting. And I think we should tie a millstone around their neck and throw them in the sea. But I mean,
oh my God.
I'm just saying what Jesus said. But
I agree with Jesus. I agree with Jesus.
Jesus never said that.
Let me ask you a question, JJ. This is a genuine
Yes, he
question.
did.
He never said that pedophile should be thrown in the sea.
If you had a son or a daughter, and your son or daughter was brutally raped, and that person went to prison, would you not fucking figure out a way to pay somebody in prison to fucking murder them or rape them?
I would
100%. I would figure out who's in prison there and who's the biggest booty bandit, and I would pay that motherfucker to break it.
First and foremost, if I was
rape the fucking shit out of him
first and foremost, if I was
I'd
a
say
parent,
who's got the biggest dick booty bandit in there? And just go in there and just fucking just rape everybody.
Hello.
Oh, it's the tell of the tape. You got something to say to Bunny?
Shasha? Bunny versus Shasha.
Yeah, you got something to say to Bunny, Shasha? Fighting. How do the red
This it's Bunny versus Shasha next time.
Civilized
forward
debate.
to our debate. I don't know what the fuck you want me to say.
I'll see when Nate comes. Hey, did you guys see Nate's get PTRs of the debates?
I didn't see your one. I saw the Dawn one.
Yeah,
she was very
the
displeased
Dawn
with
one was bad.
how she was depicted.
She's like, I don't know who that lady is, but I ain't mean.
So are they going to give us the topic at the 11th hour? Is that what they're planning on fucking doing? Bro, it's wild shit. Like, there's no schedule, nothing, and I come in and next thing I know that Red Rum and Monica were done with
Exactly.
it. And I'm like,
They
what the
said,
fuck?
they said it was going to be on
Friday.
It's Wednesday today, isn't it? No, Monica tried to say Friday, and then
Yeah.
and then she's like Thursday.
Nah, there's like 17 more debates to go, so we got to get this through by the end of the week.
Do you know what probably happened? Yeah, she tried to prolong it, and then she saw how like little there was to fear when Florida debated Dawn, and then she saw like the fact that Dawn actually won, and I think that gave her confidence. So she's like, actually, there's an opening in my schedule.
No, it was Red Rum. They were gonna postpone it till tomorrow or like later on. And Red Rum's like, fuck it, let's do it right now.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought she said something like she could do it on Thursday or something like that.
I'm glad we got ours done. Fuck that.
Bro, she blamed it on Brad.
Bro, I got out of the gym. I was driving home. And I'm over here like, fuck, when should we do it?
That's why you were
tomorrow, maybe
aggressive.
Thursday. And then I was like, you know what? Now let's do it now. What did you do? That's why I was aggressive.
Yeah, after the gym.
Tell me, but what is it about that? Like, I remember, like, less so now, but, you know, I remember, especially when I'm driving back from the gym, I'm hyped for some reason.
It's your T levels. Everything's just fucking through the roof, bro. All the good hormones.
They say it's the endorphins, bro.
Yeah, all the good hormones. Everything's just fucking on a high level. Your body's like, fuck, you feel so much. You feel taller. The blood flows better. You know what I mean?
Hey, sometimes, man, like moving from a lot of weightlifting to like taking a week off and just doing like 3 days of some like calisthenics or some shit like that. You come back hella stronger. Give your body enough time to rest.
To relax and recover.
Yeah.
Yo, Samoa, you guys got fucking mosquitoes up there?
Yeah.
Hello. What's the
Fucking
question?
dying. Cause like there's no mosquitoes in the Bay Area, like in San Francisco, because sea level and it's cold. I was assuming Seattle area would be cold too, but I don't know if you guys are seeing.
Bro, we've been hitting 85 degrees, like non-fucking stop.
Yo,
84,
I would fucking take 85. I would give up like my fucking pinky to
It's bad.
85.
Yeah, it's bad this week for us. It's fucking nasty.
I didn't sleep at all last night. I was fighting a mosquito and the heat.
You haven't got an AC?
No, man, my building's old, so the AC makes a fuck ton of noise.
Oh, shit.
I don't turn it on because my folks will wake up.
Yeah, I can't either, bro. I fucking would wake up. I don't have the AC on. It's bad. I don't know how you guys, people can sleep in these heat.
Poor.
You wake up and you're like fucking drenched and shit.
I have kitty sweat that I need to worry about. Shasha knows what I'm talking about.
Those fucking words.
Bro, my guy Alexander was like, red rum failed.
Did you see my gift? I'm like, you don't even go here.
Bro, that nigga, bro. I don't know what happened to Eric, bro. When he was like, yeah, if it would have been 92% black people, people would have died. I was like, what?
Like, what? What's this now? Like, what?
That shit was funny. Eric was like, oh, let me fact check you. My nigga never came back. The fuck?
How can you fact check that? That's just like assumption.
No, he was fact checking the claim that Officer Bird, black dude, shot Ashley Babbitt through the window.
I don't know why he tried to dispute that.
It was a
Like,
hate
that
crime.
wasn't smart.
It was a hate crime. He specifically picked out the only woman there, white woman there. Popped her.
All the black people that were around, he picked a white woman? What the fuck?
Out of all people though, like, come on, bro.
Hey, you know her family got like $5 million.
Which is insane because she was breaking the law.
What the hell? Nigga, what does that mean?
She should have been shot. Like a lot of people.
My boy should have been shot.
Oh shit. Alright, shoplifters, watch out for a drop.
It
was a trespass. That's what it was.
There's levels to trespassing.
Yeah, there's permitted areas and non-permitted areas. She was in a permitted area.
It's where's Nancy Pelosi's office so they can cut out her page level of trespassing, so it's cool.
That's the problem with being a public servant, bro. You're in the public.
That's insane. That's some insane. That's some. Y'all are crazy.
The same way, like, police dying is come to the territory, They signed up for the job.
Absolutely, but if you're looking at all of the cases of sedition that has been, like, by the federal judges have been basically dismissed, even the Oath Keepers dismissed. All these cases have been dismissed because the Department of Justice overcharged. They had like 1,500 charges of obstruction that was like an overreach, where the Supreme Court slapped them in the hand. I think it was called
white privilege.
No, it was called Joe Biden's justice, right?
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't be rewarded for like abusing it. And like, if Trump got some soldiers out there like violating people's rights, he should be held accountable as well.
Yeah.
Donald Trump should be in jail for inciting a riot.
It's not a riot.
Well, he did if you take the perfectly edited statement of his speech where he says, "Fight like hell." That's all they want you to read.
He said the same thing after he got shot.
Bro, I got lied to right now. I was told there was Gatorade Zero outside, and there's no Gatorade Zero outside. This is fucking crazy.
Dude, I bought a tub of 9 gallons worth of Gatorade fucking powder. I think it's like Glacier or like Arctic Freeze or something. That's just one of the best investments I ever made.
Why do you guys like Gatorade?
Because it hydrates you.
It's not just that. It's
Yeah, like water.
Yeah, but it tastes good.
It's like having fucking like soda on tap.
Yep.
Yeah,
With the powder.
I don't understand. Like, you guys are very low key.
Especially when you have like a really cold bottle of water or something.
You guys drink Mountain Dew?
Oh, hell no. Gatorade's my threshold right there. That's the worst thing I'll ever drink.
Right.
Well,
Anybody that says they drink Mountain Dew, like,
I don't drink anything else.
want to be this way.
You're saying good or bad? I was confused.
No, like that's the closest that I would ever get to like a flavored drink. I use.
Yeah. You have the powdered shit. It's like mad cost effective.
No, I'm sponsored by this company called Noon tablets. So.
So you do the tablets in the water.
Is it like fizzy? Like, is it carbonated?
Slightly, yeah.
I feel like the tablets are like more. I feel like they taste like salty for some reason. That's why I'm always hesitant. Like
there is a chalkiness to.
Oh yeah, because it has salt in it. Or it has sodium in it.
Yeah.
No, but even the powder has sodium in it. But it's like, I don't know.
Like,
I haven't tried them though. So.
Yeah, for the tablets, it's 1%, or not 1%, but 1 gram of sugar. What I have in it.
You guys don't drink like water, you know?
Of course.
Yeah,
Like
you can walk and chew gum.
Water's good.
Can you? I drink every time I do that.
You need extra hydration sometimes.
Hey, do you guys believe in that hype about the branched chain amino acid joint?
Which one?
You know the branched chain amino acids?
BCAAs.
Yeah.
What about?
Do you guys use them?
Nah. Hey, Incan does.
I kind of like them just because of the flavor, because it kind of spiced up the drink of the lemon juice and the electrolyte tablets.
It's like intra workout, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like during your workout, yeah.
Dude, do you guys remember beta alanine?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Isn't that
makes
in
you feel
in
pre-workout? A lot of the health, like the what do you call it? The drinks, the canned drinks.
Energy drinks or pre-workouts?
Energy drinks, yeah.
Yeah. Like the C4s and shit?
Yeah, it's in the pre-workouts. It's supposed to be like for endurance or something like that, but it gives you that tingling.
Yeah, it's that. Yeah. It makes you. It's supposed to help you with soreness, like lactic acid production is decreased. I hated that shit on BCAAs.
Then only one candidate is
it kind of like gives you that sense of, oh, it's working.
Yeah, but that itch is weird.
Yeah.
You know the only so I like it's a welcome distraction because it's tasty. So I like Monster for that reason. But the only real thing I could say it helps in terms of like functionally when it comes to training is it suppresses hunger for me. Like I can train fasted just down a fucking Monster and I'm not really hungry while I'm training.
Have you tried straight caffeine instead of all the fucking boring and fucking additives?
From what, for instance?
I do a quad shot right before I go lift weights or do
like coffee, you mean?
Yeah.
I don't like coffee.
No, I don't take pre-workouts and energy drinks because I drink so much coffee throughout the day that when I take the pre-workout, it just...
I don't really drink coffee, so...
I can't do the caffeine, bro, because it kind of I've been kind of, you know how it's supposed to constrict your blood vessels or whatever, and I'm looking for like the nitric oxide, like blood vessel dilation. That's what I'm looking for.
What does that mean? Like what's the reason or what
No, like caffeine gets me kind of hyper where I can't like calm down like before every lift. You know what I mean? Like I don't like to be rushed. I don't like my heart rate to be rushed. You know what I mean? I like to kind of go at the weights at a calm pace. Gives you like a head high for me. Caffeine does.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I do 12
what did you say
shots
your
by
max
the time
bench
I'm
was?
at the gym.
Right now, I just...
the whole time?
545 for 3.
Damn.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, bro. I was a refrigerator, bro. Massive.
So you didn't 1 rep max. You don't know your 1 rep maxes or?
No, like back then, like lifting that type of weight, the 1 rep max really didn't make any sense. So that's just when I stopped at that point. That was the heaviest I ever got.
How much did you weigh at the
370.
Oh damn!
My heaviest I was at
150 kilos or 160 kilos.
Yeah, at my heaviest I was almost 450.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's how much I was. I was almost 450 at my
Wait, how much did you bench in the 450?
No, like that was before I started like powerlifting and everything.
Oh, yeah. Oh, as in so you were big and then you started training.
Yeah, we got down to 3.
And then you started.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got down to like 3.
It's crazy how like if you put on weight sometimes it's like what I'm trying to say is I think about how like right now I'm probably close to I'm at like the heaviest I've ever been, but just like I've been here before, yeah. But it wasn't like I didn't intentionally put on weight to get stronger. So I think technically I was as strong as I am now at like almost 17 kilos lighter than I am now, which is like, I don't know, like 30, like 40 pounds, something.
Yeah.
It's like imagine if imagine at the point where I was as strong as I am now, if I just intentionally put on 40 pounds of like, you know,
yeah,
like a significant portion of it being muscle kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Fucking, I mean, probably wouldn't have even been able to do that because the fucking would have been fucking hard as shit, but to put on that much muscle, but fucking annoying. Like I could have cheated on my diet just with the intent of being a fucking powerless stuff and got to the same weight anyway. Well.
Yeah, like barbell stuff. Like the only time I ever mess with barbells now is like just doing RDLs. But my major like compounds I only rock with the trap bar. I do front squats with the barbell. I don't do back squats too often.
Yeah, front squats are annoying now. A little bit.
You can balance.
I mean,
balance it.
The heavier it goes, I balance it on my shoulders without. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Without your fingertips. The fingertips one, it's a lot on your wrists.
Oh, bro, like I don't have the shoulder mobility for that, so the bar just sits on the shelf.
Why? What's wrong with your shoulder?
Oh, you don't do it the one where You know, you could like
It's too
wrap your
big.
arms and hold it on your shoulder.
No. So like like when you bring your arms up, you see the shelf there that you have right by your collarbone. That's where the bar sits.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it sits there,
Frankenstein's. Yeah.
and then you just like cross your arms, right?
Yep.
Yeah. When it gets heavier, that's what I just do.
You can do the other one, like when you like bend your fingers back, kind of thing. I don't know what's right.
Yeah, I do that when the weight's it's not that heavy, but once I add more weight,
You fold your arms.
yeah, because it's annoying and it hurts on your wrists.
Yeah, I can't front squat to save my life. To be honest,
Yeah, I like back squat better.
I don't enjoy it, so like I couldn't even be bothered to try and learn technique or get better. It's like I don't like doing that shit.
Yeah, I like the catch, especially doing snatches and hang cleans.
Oh, the CrossFit stuff, yeah, I do that shit. Even though I don't like it as much, to be honest.
The CrossFit stuff scares the fuck out of me, bro. Those movements are, if it like even the slightest change in grip, a slip here, a slip there goes a fucking disc, there goes a joint. There's too much jerking, bro.
All the fucking muscle shit.
That's why I don't do it. I don't do it around. Sometimes they do like cleans, and I'm like, no, I'm not down.
In a class setting, I think it's different because you got instruction. But when people do it on their own, it freaks me out. I see people doing it at 24, and it looks wrong. Like he looks like he doesn't know what he's doing, and he's making all of this fucking noise. He's either gonna break his wrist, or he's gonna swing back so much he's gonna hit him in the face and he's gonna break his neck.
And it's kind of weird that they do it at a regular gym like that, like CrossFit.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird.
We have a lot of like green space, and then there's like a complete like side room that you pay extra to get into, and there's a lot of like bars and stuff, and then we have a lot of space for it, so people take advantage of it. Yeah. Plus, it's cheaper than going to a CrossFit gym. Like if you know your workouts, it's $60 a month, and that's with the wellness, which is like the leg pumping machine and the massage and all that stuff, plus the separated private gym area. And $60 a month is cheap, bro.
Yeah, that recovery stuff's good, bro. Like,
dude, it is, man.
Yeah. It's a company called what do I got? It is the Hyper Ice. So I have the gun, the foam roller, the ball, and then the leg restraint that wrap around your legs, and then it pumps the blood in and pumps the blood out.
Yeah, we have that at the gym. It's like you pay an additional $9.99 a month and you get that.
Yeah, it's supposed to promote like fast muscle recovery.
I think it's like really good for the heart in general. The blood flow is really good.
Yeah.
You know, the guy that invented it is the same guy that invented 5-hour energy.
5-hour energy? Oh shit.
Yeah, those like energy shots. There's some Indian guy. He also invented that machine. He's a cardiologist.
Oh, that's dope.
He gave people heart attacks with his 5-hour energy, and then he's like, let me solve your heart attack problem.
Man, ever since I started consistently going, I've been so into it's a lot of money I spend, but for wellness, like recovery and wellness after. It's crazy.
Yeah, but your physiology has like your body form and like structure has like greatly changed and improved. Like from when you started going to that gym to like the stuff you post now, like from your recent trip, you look very different in a good way. Like you look wider, your back looks straighter, your shoulders are like, you look good. It shows.
Yeah.
The CrossFit, not the CrossFit, but the weightlifting shows.
Thank you, yeah. Yeah. I just need to get better at my diet. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that I always have to go back on. Like Westside barbell, powerlifting, chalk at the gym, every single time you get a new plate, you're not really realizing like how many calories you're taking in. Like 24 eggs a day, bro. Stupid. Shit is stupid, bro.
That's how I started working out. So I started working out with powerlifters. I was like 17, 18, and I was going to a world's gym, and everybody was on gear, and everybody was a fucking insane powerlifter that worked at a T-Mobile. So I was like lifting weights with these guys, and they were teaching me like these insane fucking. You gotta take this stack, and then you gotta post cycle, and then this is how you do a shoulder press. Hold it, and then they would do like weird shit.
There goes the Arnold lifts.
Yeah.
Bro, like my diet wasn't like, I don't even know if you can call it a fucking diet, bro. But a 12-egg omelet, then
Jesus Christ
in the morning with like Brussels sprouts and bacon and fucking sausage and
Were you
sweet
keto?
potatoes. No,
you ate sweet potato. No way.
Yeah, the sweet potato. Then at night before I went to sleep, bro, here goes another dozen egg omelet.
Oh yeah, that's wild.
Bro, you were eating for a family of 4. What they eat in 2 weeks, you ate in a day. Dude, 24 eggs is insane.
And those are that's only 2 meals. Like the other 3-4 meals in the middle, it's just fucking stupid, bro.
24 bumper clad rasta clock pussy clock eggs.
You know, I was just thinking that.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
Did you have a plug at least, like access to somebody that had their own chickens?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got a plug right now for cows. Right now.
Because that's just not financially feasible. Like 24 eggs a day from the supermarket, you're spending like.
It's like eating
Just
the whole carton a day
$100
is crazy.
on eggs a month.
That's insane. No, a week. 20.
Yeah, a week.
Because 24 packs what?
Wait, 545 is 240.
Say that again, bro. Oh, you're talking kilos?
240 kilos.
About 250.
You're gonna turn into an egg at that rate.
And you fucking for triple is insanity.